Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our regular meeting of council for Tuesday, October 22nd. I would like to start with our land acknowledgement. We acknowledge the traditional lands and territories of the Indigenous peoples who have lived on these lands and taken care of them since time immemorial. We are on Treaty 7 territory, as well as the historical regional homeland of the Métis, which includes the Battle River Territory. We acknowledge and respect the histories, languages, and diverse cultures of the First Nations, Métis, and all First Peoples that have taken care of this land. We are grateful for their contributions that continue to enrich our communities. With that, we would like to move on to our moment of reflection. And for our moment of reflection, we have some somber news that we would like to share. And to do that, I would like to turn our moment of reflection over to Deputy Mayor Narayan.
Thank you, Worship. And good morning. It is a somber news indeed. So I just wanted to say that on behalf of Council, we are thinking of former Mayor Marshall Chalmers and Debbie, who have lost their only daughter, Carissa. Carissa was a beautiful and brave woman. She left behind two little kids. She was a fighter. She, fought cancer for as long as she could. And I just wanted to let the Chalmers family know that we're thinking of them and sending our thoughts and prayers. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor. I thought it was appropriate, since you had served with Marshall on his council, to have you have that tribute come from us from council, and certainly our thoughts and prayers go out to the Chalmers family at this time. With that, we'll move to our updates and approval of the agenda, and I believe that we have a few updates to our agenda here this morning. I'll start with Mr. Edney.
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Mayor, to council. Administration only has one update to the agenda. We'd respectfully request that we could move item 8.3 ahead of item 6.1. We have a guest in attendance to talk to that item, and just for their benefit of time and our benefit of time, it'd be nice to have them go first in our reports for decisions.
Okay, thank you. And then I believe we're adding two in-camera items. And then will we be putting 9.1? I would like to, have the closed session happen before 8.4. Okay. So with that, can I have, is there any other additions, either from Ledge Services or anyone from Council? Great, thank you. With that, can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Just before I make that, do we want to rename number 1 to, or just suggest that we're going to have our closed session number 9.1, 9.2 after 8.3? Okay, I think it's clear here. So motion that council approve the October 22nd, 2024 regular meeting of council agenda with the following amendments. Move agenda item 8.3 to be before agenda item 6.1. Add agenda item 9.1, FOIP Part 1, Division 2, Section 24, 1B2, advice from officials, fire department report, and another FOIP item 9.2, Part 1, Division 2, Section 24, 1B2, advice from officials, municipal affairs.
Great, thank you. Comments, questions? Call for the vote. That's carried. Thank you. With that, we'll move to our approval of the minutes. First of all will be the minutes for the October 1st Mayor's Task Force for Not-for-Profits. Can I have a councillor make that motion, please? Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that council approve the October 1st, 2024 Mayor's Task Force for Non-Profits minutes as presented.
Comments, questions? Just a really quick comment from me. So one of the things that's going to happen is you will see, according to our procedural bylaw, council will be approving the minutes at our regular council meetings of what happens at our committee meetings. However, at our GAP meetings, starting in November, councillors will be providing written reports from what happened at that council meeting to also open up for discussion. So you're going to see a little bit more discussion to help bring council up to date about the things that are happening within all of our committees, and you'll see that process start today, where we are going to be approving a template for that, and then you'll see that further play out and really start at the November 12th GAP meeting. With that, I'd like to call for the vote. Great, thank you, that's carried. Item 5.2, the October 8, 2024 regular meeting of council minutes. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council approve the October 8, 2024 regular meeting of council minutes as presented.
Comments, questions? Call for the vote. Great, thank you. And finally, item 5.3, the October 15th, 2024 Governance and Priorities Committee meeting minutes. Have a councillor make the following motion. Councillor Randhawa.
I move that the council approve the October 15, 2024 governments and priority minute as presented.
Great, thank you. Comments, questions? Call for the vote. Great, thank you. With that, with the change that we had in the agenda there, we are now going to move to item 8.3, which is our CRED funding request that's being presented by Nimish Patel, who is the Manager of Economic Development. Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor Dean.
Morning.
And to your esteemed council members and leadership, administration leadership. Before we go on, I'd like to introduce a guest here today. We have Kent Rupert joining us today. Kent is a well-respected, highly sought-after economic development professional, multi-decade experience in central and southern Alberta. He's been brought in by Calgary Economic Development to steer the CRED initiative. Calgary, it used to be Calgary Regional Economic Development, but recently we've just gone through a name change. Maybe we're still probably going to go through another name change, but it's now called the Collaborative Regional Economic Development. And that's exactly the reason why I'm presenting today. We'll be requesting council's approval for a recommended expenditure in the 25 budget for the CRED initiative. This is a 3-year commitment that this program is now looking for. But before I go into the motion at the end, I'll give you a presentation on the background, the implication, why we feel this is a right thing to be involved in at the right time, and some of the risks, potential risks, and maybe the risks that maybe not being involved that it may pose. And I'll talk a little bit about how we came to the funding structure of this initiative. So, as a background, in 2022, the CMRB engaged MNP to explore how the 8 municipalities could collaborate on regional economic development. In June of 2023, the board approved the Collaborative Regional Economic Development Report's vision and objective. The CMRB adopted the purpose statement, positioned the Calgary metropolitan region as the most attractive place in North America to invest and grow businesses in our regionally significant sector. In July of 2023, Calgary funded the city of Calgary funded Calgary Economic Development to lead the framework development. CED formed a project team, and in February of this year, 2024, launched the CRED committee with representatives from City of Airdrie, City of Calgary, City of Chestermere, Town of Cochrane, Foothills County, Town of High River, Town of Okotoks, and the Rocky View County. The CRED committee developed the terms of engagement and criteria for identifying regionally significant opportunities. Shared principles and partnerships were prioritized to build trust, support, and unified strategy for meaningful outcomes. The shared principles agreed upon by the CRED committee are as follows: collaboration, trust, transparency, respect, and creativity. The objectives at this point, at this early stage of this pilot project, are fairly broad, but a place to start. The number one, define, focus on, and pursue regionally significant opportunities. Coordinate our policy and regulatory environment to increase the ease of doing business across the CMR for our regionally significant sectors. Collaborate with economic development stakeholders to leverage shared resources to attract regionally significant opportunities. Number four, CRED areas of focus: research and analysis, marketing and promotion, investor support, hub/program development. I'll now go into the benefits. You see in front of you just a brief synopsis, but I think if you give me some, if you'll give me some extra minutes here, I'd like to expand on that, and I have to read my notes here because I don't want to miss anything because there's a lot going on here. These regional models foster collaboration and coordination among municipalities, government agencies, businesses, and other stakeholders within the region. By working together, the Calgary Metropolitan Region can combine its resources, knowledge, and expertise to address common challenges and pursue collective opportunities that are beneficial for the entire region. This collaborative approach enables better planning, allocation of resources, implementation of strategies, of strategic initiatives, ultimately leading to more efficient and effective economic development. Another advantage of regional economic development models is enhanced competitiveness. By pooling resources and leveraging collective strengths, the CMRE can, or the CRED can enhance its attractiveness to investors, businesses, industries nationally and internationally. They can create specialized hubs of ecosystem, develop shared critical infrastructure, and promote business-friendly policies that give them a competitive edge in Alberta and global market. This collective approach amplifies the CMR visibility, influence, and potential to attract significant investment and drive sustainable economic growth. Knowledge exchange and learning can also play a significant role in the advantages of regional economic development models, and as each CRED municipality comes with different levels of capacity and priorities for economic development. By working together, regions can share best practices, exchange experiences, and learn from one another's successes and challenges, uplifting the entire region's capacity. This collaborative and learning environment fosters strong trust and respect. Greater innovation encourages the adoption of new approaches and accelerates the pace of economic development and investment attraction. It enables the whole region to stay at the forefront of industry trends, technological advancements, and emerging opportunities, positioning them for long-term success and resilience. If you recall, economic development and these type of initiatives are long-term initiatives. Economic cycles are longer; they're 5 to 7 years, and so it makes sense that looking at more of a longer-term objective. Regional economic development models will provide a platform for collaborative advocacy and political influence. When regions come together, they can advocate for stronger interests, secure support, and funding from higher levels of government, and influence policymakers that directly impacts their economic development outcomes. This collective voice enhances the CRED's ability to shape its economic future, attract investment, workforce, and overcome potential barriers. Now we'll talk about the risks. The risk really overall is just not being involved in something like this. To expand on that, the absence of a regional economic development model in the CMR could result in challenges such as limited coordination and collaboration, inadequate resource access, difficulty in promoting the region, absence of strategic planning, inequitable development, reduced capacity for innovation, and diminished influence for funding and advocacy. These challenges hinder economic growth, competitiveness, and overall development potential of the CMR and the municipalities. Many other jurisdictions around Alberta and Canada are promoting their region, leaving cred behind. A unified and cohesive approach is needed to market the region's unique strengths and investment opportunities, and this can't be solely relied on government organizations like Invest Alberta and Invest Canada. Without a regional model, cred may be overlooked or perceived as disorganized or overly competitive internally, reducing its attractiveness to political investors. The only other risk, so that's basically the risk of not being part of an initiative like this. I think the only other risk that I can think of is execution risk. And I think with the 8 municipalities altogether, and myself and my counterparts being very proactive in its involvement and moving this project forward, I can't see that being that much of a risk. So I've identified the pros and the cons, and I'll turn to the funding request. So when we looked at the funding request and how we should model this, we and I think I sent this out to everyone on the supplemental information package. So, the scenario number 1 was based on the formula was based on what do we look at, the population. So number 2 was 50% assessment and 50% population. And scenario number 3, which is more of a balanced approach, which takes 10% of the initiative's cost over pilot term, which is a 3-year pilot term, 45% population input, and 45% assessment. And it was last week we had a vote. All the 8 municipalities, we voted on not really the amount. The dollar amount was not in question at all. It was actually a formula, and it was unanimously agreed upon that scenario number 3 made most sense, and it was fair, and it actually mirrors CMRB's contribution model presently. So, and I think if you look at we can go into the Q&A on this, but our feeling is that City of Chestermere's contribution, the cost benefit is the benefits outweigh the cost of being a participant at an initiative like this. I think having a seat, having a voice, having a vote. Remember, the vote is not based on your funding. It's actually 1 vote per municipality. So even though Calgary's funding a majority of this thing, or a large portion of it, they only get 1 vote. So with that, I hope I've laid to rest any queries. But if there's any questions, we're here to answer your questions.
Great, thank you for that. With that, under our procedural bylaw, even within our council meetings, we can have some conversation here before a motion is brought forward. So I would like to, Mr. Edney? Oh, okay. With that, I'd like to open up to council for some questions. So Deputy Mayor Ryan.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to Nimish. Thanks for the presentation. It's more of a comment than a question. It took me, a while to kind of wrap my mind around it. I'm usually kind of skeptical when it comes to programs like this, because my initial question would be, what's in it for Chestermere? When I do see it, especially, the way you've highlighted that, the access to resources, the collaboration and promoting Chestermere, not just, as a city by itself, but more in terms of a region. So I definitely see the value in it. I don't think the ask is too big. I think it's quite reasonable for our share. And I'll definitely be in support for this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sure, just through the chair to council, I don't think Nimish hit on it, but just for information as part of process, this is a budget item, but CRED needs a decision by the end of November, which will be prior to our budget discussion. So that's the only reason this item is coming right now instead of at our regular scheduled budget discussions.
Actually, we should highlight the timeline. Actually, it's before the end of November, correct?
Yeah, we're reporting to CMRB November 22nd.
Right. So they're reporting to the CMRB the recommendation on November 22nd. So they would need to have all the reports prepped a week or two before that.
Great, thank you. Do you have a hidden camera where you're watching down the question that I was writing down about why it was on the RFD for 2025 going into budget season? That was well timed. That was well timed, Mr. Yeah, it's a little scary. Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean, and through the chair administration to you, Mr. Patel. Just a question, since this is all due on the 22nd, what happens if some of these municipalities don't contribute their share of the funding? Do we know?
That's
Will they just not participate in the CREB funding and this initiative specifically, or will they kind of just go along for the ride without putting in the money?
no. If they are not, my understanding is if they're not part of the funding, they're just not in. They've opted out.
Similarly to Deputy Mayor Narayan, I'll be in support of this as well. So thank you for bringing this forward in advance of our budget and the 22nd.
Thank you.
Councillor Schindler, Councillor Grant, then Councillor Randhawa.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair to Mr. Patel, I'm curious how we will measure the impact of this program on Chestermere going forward. Like, what are our deliverables? What can we expect to see from this program outside of? Will we get more business?
Right. You know, that's a good question. You know, this is something that the Economic Development community always wrestles with. You know, what you're asking is ROI, really, right? In a typical business, finance, traditional business, you have revenue and you have ROIs. Here, it can be in the form of labor workforce development initiatives. It's more soft initiatives, really. And of course, there's also hard initiatives like, you know, attracting investments into industrial, commercial businesses. Those are you can really account for those. So, you know, I mean, some of the things that we've identified: industry cluster development, investment attraction and expansion, regional innovation and R&D, workforce development, right? Working with, let's say, for workforce development and labor force, working with post-secondary educational, like OLS, SAIT, some other international universities. You know, we've kind of gone down in those paths in some of those initiatives. So, anything else you add on the ROI?
Yeah, I think just through investment attraction, and once we set up the, sorry.
Sure.
Sorry. Sorry about that. Good morning, and through the chair. Yeah, I think some of the things Nimish has really pointed out well. It is around bringing in new investment to the region, bringing new jobs to the region. I think one of the cautions that we have to be careful about is that we can't overpromise. We can't promise that businesses will pick Chestermere over Airdrie, over Okotoks, because businesses will choose where they want to go. But I think it's this responsibility of this group is to bring them to the region, and then it's the region would work and put their best, I guess, opportunities forward. Because you look at nationally and internationally, the regions that aren't working together have a real challenge, because businesses will come in, they'll see it disfragmented, they will see it as a political issue, and they get nervous. And for years we used to have worked together as EDOs, and it hasn't been around as a regional partnership for about 7 years. And through the work of Nimish and all the other EDOs coming together, we're really quite excited and moving this forward. One of the things I will say, sorry, you got me started talking about ACDEV. One of the things I will say is at our meeting last week, all 8 communities did support the charter and the funding model. So to your question, right now we do have all 8 at the EDO level supporting it. Yep.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Through the chair to Mr. Patel. I have a question. You mentioned avoiding inequitable development. And my question is, how will that equity between municipalities be managed? And I understand there's probably no silver bullet there. I'm just looking for maybe, has that been thought about? Because from my point of view, if it's left, it ultimately has to be left to the business owner to decide where they're going to go. Looking at that from 1,000 miles up, does that make Calgary more attractive and a rural municipality more attractive than a small city? I'm just kind of wondering if there is any mechanisms in here to manage that equity.
I think, at this point, we don't have mechanism, but it's something that we've identified as something to be worked on. Right.
And I had one more question, and it was about the voting. So you mentioned quickly that the voting is one municipality is one vote. So
Correct.
I just want to make sure it's not the same as the CMRB where it's, I don't know, several different things, and then that matters to your vote.
No,
It's one municipality, one vote.
Correct.
Sounds fantastic.
And I think I'd like to point something else on, because there's this, it's a question that comes up with a lot of the municipalities, the CMRB's reach or maybe overreach. In fact, I think in the last few meetings, in the last few months, correct me if I'm wrong, in fact, CMRB is taking more of a hands-off approach and more of a distant approach, and they're letting CRED take its own, take its own pathway, and they're happy with it.
Thank you very much.
I would agree with that assessment on CMRB and credit approach. Councillor Randawa.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to administration, to the presenter, Namish Patel. I have thank you for presenting. I have just this one simple question. After this, how often as a council we will get the report for that, the detail?
Great question.
So which report was that?
So in the update to the council, how often we will get that update?
How often you will get the report?
How often do you think you'll be coming to update council?
Yeah. How often do we just realize it's on annual or by 6?
Yeah, through the chair, we're proposing, this would be an arm's length organization from CRED. It would be a secretariat that would be housed in Calgary Economic Development for a 3-year pilot project to see how it works. I think what we're looking at is the CRED committee would meet monthly to talk about current issues, things we could work on together and that type of thing. And then it would be up to each individual community to decide how often they come back. I would suggest probably every 6 months, to be honest, because as we know, economic development doesn't move really fast. But it would be up to Nimish and your decision of how often. But I would recommend every 6 months because I know how busy you guys are. So,
Yeah, it could be quarterly or every 6 months. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. With that, Councillor Sandboe.
Thank you, Your Worship. A question through you to Mr. Edney and to Mr. Patel. I'm curious, with the CMRB, along with our membership, there are certain things that we're held to, certain requirements for development and things. With this new model that is coming together, what kinds of activities are we going to be held to? Is this going to in any way dictate how we do economic development in Chestermere? Or is this just a conversation kind of piece?
No, in my assessment, in my conversation, and our in our group meetings with the CMRB, there's no restriction on how City of Chestermere would conduct their economic development initiatives.
Couple questions for me. One, so Calgary does not have a veto vote then within CRED?
No.
No, so it's one municipality, one vote. Calgary does not have the extra.
Correct.
And then the 12,000. So you said a 3-year project. Is it 12,000 for 3 years, or is it 12,000 every year?
It's 12,000 every year.
12,000.
So it's basically approximately 2.5, based on this, approximately 2.5% of the overall annual budget per year.
Thank you. What I would say is I want to echo some comments that came from Mr. Patel in that what we are seeing is certainly a trend across the province of regional partnerships and the effectiveness of those regional partnerships. So I would say that it was a theme of the majority of conversations that I was in last week when I was in St. Albert for Mid-Sized Cities Mayor Caucus and to council as part of those updates that you've been receiving. It is a push across our province, but also from the provincial government as well. The provincial government has talked a lot about coming regionally when you're looking at funding and when you're looking at projects and wanting to get projects done. It's certainly a push within the province right now that this is a trend that we are starting to see develop. And I would also say that when you look at what's happening within EMRB and you look at even the connectivity of, you look at the infrastructure connectivity between the cities that are around Edmonton, and then look at the connectivity of what we have within the Calgary region to Okotoks, to Airdrie, to Chestermere, to Cochrane, it's unbelievably different. And so I do think that it's good for us to be at the table and to be representing and to have conversations. And I would just humbly ask that Mr. Patel, that if should this proceed forward, that you continue to do what you do. And while you can't commit that the businesses are coming to Chestermere, let's get them to Chestermere because it would be great for us to have them because I think that that's the balance, right? I think the balance when you work regionally is we want to represent the region, but at the same time, our job is to represent Chestermere and to do that as a good regional partner. And at the same time, let's get some economic development and some businesses into Chestermere.
Yeah, and if I can just add,
Absolutely.
Just on the trend, it may be a new trend in Alberta with with Edmonton area and so on, but this is, and I did some studies. It goes back like almost 40 years or maybe longer. Kansas City, Seattle. I mean, all the companies that have come out of Seattle, we see the benefit of that. That started off in the 70s, right? Toronto's doing it with all the tech sectors. Recently, the Honda plant. That's all regional economic development, right? So it's new to Calgary or new to Edmonton and Alberta region, but it goes back 50 years if you want to look at success stories and use cases.
Absolutely. So with that, I believe that you have a motion that you would like council to consider. Councillor Warzanowski.
Motion that council approve an expenditure up to $12,000 in the 2025 operating budget for the Calgary Regional Economic Development CRED partner funding.
Comments, questions? Councillor Schindler.
About the 12,000, I noticed that we're really close to the 11,000. So through the chair to administration through to Mr. Patel, I know that we're going off our population numbers. Our population numbers should be increasing, or the numbers that were used, I think, were 22,000, and we're closer to 28,000. Will this funding, by the time 2025 operating budget comes through, will we be accounting for that or leaving room to have that? Is 12,000 enough?
We won't know because really that 12,000 is based on assuming no provincial or federal leveraged dollars, and I believe your group is working to get some of those fundings from federal and government agencies, and hopefully we get that, and it'll be below 12,000.
Yeah, our population numbers just looked a little low when I was looking through the calculations, so I was just concerned that
because I think that was based on 22.
It would not
correct?
be. It was based on 22, and we're at 28.
Right, through the chair. The numbers we looked at is through 2021 numbers because those are federal numbers, and because some communities do census every year, some don't, so we've used the 2021 numbers, and I anticipate those are the numbers that we'll use certainly for next year. And then if the communities want to look at it, if we get numbers that are across the board for 26 and 27, then it would be up to the CRED committee to decide if we want to use those numbers.
That's all.
If I may kind of answer Councillor Schindler's question, yes, our population is going to grow, but I'm sure Calgary's has grown more. That's it.
Okay, with that, I'd like to call for the vote. Great, and that's carried. Thank you so much.
Great, Ian. Thank you for
Appreciate it.
supporting
Thank you
economic
so much.
development.
So now we're going to go backwards, if you will. So we're going to go back to 6.9, which would be the Charity Golf Classic, presented by our City Director of Corporate Services, Ms. Sandy Jo Hallwatt.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Sandy Jo Hallwatt, Director of Corporate Services. I'm here to discuss the income statement and the request for decision for the Chestermere Charity Golf Tournament Donations 2024. Recommendations to Council, that Council approves the transfer of monetary donations received from the first annual Chestermere Golf Tournament fundraiser to the Chestermere Public Library and the Municipality of Jasper. Subject background. On September 19th, 2024, the City of Chestermere hosted the first inaugural Chestermere Annual Golf Tournament at Lakeside Greens Golf Course. Proceeds from the sponsorships and registration fees were pledged to the Chestermere Public Library, 75%, and the Municipality of Jasper, 25%. Administration is pleased to report the following net proceeds from the tournament. Chestermere Public Library, $63,581.72, and the Municipality of Jasper, $21,193.91. So if I can just take a moment to provide details based on the income statement for Council and Mayor. The total revenue generated from proceeds from sponsorships, registration fees, extra cash donations, and mulligan sales resulted in a total revenue of $109,740. So I just wanted to commend members of council and mayor and administration and volunteers for really knocking this out of the park. We could have never imagined that we would raise $109,740. The total expenses, including the golf tournament hosting at Lakeside Golf Club, total expenses came to $24,964.38 for net revenue of $84,775.62. So we just allocated that 75-25 to the Municipality of Jasper and the Chestermere Public Library. Previous reports and council decisions. 2024-09-10-1920, moved by Councillor Warzanowski, that council approve an expenditure up to $150,000 to add to the mayor and council charity golf tournament to the 2024 operating budget and the disbursement of funds related. Recommended options, that council approves the transfer of monetary donations received from the first annual Chestermere Golf Tournament fundraiser to the Chestermere Public Library and the Municipality of Jasper. So I can take any questions if mayor and council has any.
Yes, thank you. My question, actually, I'm going to direct both to the CAO and yourself. So the Municipality of Jasper one is pretty cut and dry. When we were at Alberta Munis, Jasper provided us with the methodology for which they want that money donated, and that's been shared with administration. So the Municipality of Jasper donation, if you will, is a little bit straightforward, right? In terms of, I believe we're just going to go through that link and make that donation for the $21,193.91. When it comes to the Chestermere Public Library, I know that council has a number of different questions with regards to, they would like to look at some different options with regards to how we donate the $63,581. So my question to the CAO would be, do we want to decide on the how right now, or would administration like some more information? How would administration like to proceed with the options that council would like to discuss with regards to the $63,000 for the public library?
All right, through the chair, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think what would be most effective right now would be to understand the ideas that council potentially has, and then we can take that back, evaluate, see workability, plausibility of doing each one, and then report back to council at the next council meeting, if that makes sense, unless we can decide on a method
No.
through the discussion?
I think based on one of the ideas that that is amongst council, I think it would be good for administration to take that back and to come back to us with options. So I would say that to make this really, really clear, this is not about not wanting to donate money to the Chestermere Public Library. This is wanting to figure out the most what is the best effective option for us at the moment. So to CAO, I would say options that council would like administration to consider and come back both with pros and cons on these would be one, we have already donated. Sorry, not donated. Last week, I apologize for the wording. Last week, we approved a top-up of funding of $50,000. So one option would be that $50,000 be covered by the $63,000. Then to the $50,000, we would add $13,581, and then do a total top-up of funding of $63,581.72. That's option one. Option two would be last week we did a top-up of $50,000. The ask was for $100,000, and so another option would be to complete that for the 100, and then add the 63 on top of that. Would be option two. Yeah.
So is that 163 in total?
Yeah, 163 in total. Third option would be to add the 63 to the 50, giving them a total funding then of 100, and doing quick math, 113. How am I doing? Pretty good. That's not bad. And then fourth option would be to, is there a way that the $63,581.72 could be invested into some sort of a endowment fund so that there is an ongoing residual of funding for the library? Yeah.
So if I may, Mr. Mayor, through the chair to council, the first three I think are really ultimately a council decision. Would you like to top up 63,000, 113,000, or 163,000? So those are all pretty straightforward from a mechanism perspective. It just becomes, what do you want that final top up to be? The endowment fund is definitely something we would need to take back and look at options and potential returns and all that kind of stuff that may go towards funding. Just thinking out loud, 63,000 at 3 or 4% a year isn't going to make a material impact to the library, but we can investigate it.
Councillor Sandboe?
Thank you, Your Worship. If you and the rest of council would indulge me, I would love to see that information come back on the endowment fund. One of the things that could be considered is council is aware that we have tens of millions of dollars of investments that are underperforming. An endowment fund is a pretty safe investment at somewhere around 6 to 8%. So this could actually be a really smart way to invest in the library in a safe way. It's something else we've identified. And our library is always struggling for funds. They're always asking for more money, and we're growing. This is something we could do to actually set them up for the future.
Yeah, I would agree with you, Mr. Edney, that the first three are, put them up for votes right now. We vote and democracy rules the day. However, given this endowment fund idea, I am wondering about that, having it all come back. But I wanted to, like I said, these were kind of the conversations that have been happening. And so I just wanted to put all those options on the table and then working with administration to figure out the way forward. Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you. I don't agree with the endowment funding at all. The reason is that because they ask for the 100,000, and I would like to give them whatever we raise, and that's our word to the community. The reason for us to raising, because this is not one time, because it's every year event, and and we have to, when we say we have to keep our word, we are donating to the library means we are donating, and I would like to donate it to them. The reason when we last week we gave them the $50,000, and they increase the hours for the library, and plus they added the service for the public so they can have up to some limit for the photocopy free on those fundings as well, and some another program they are adding for the kids. And I was there for the weekend for their the Halloween things with my daughter as well. It is quite impact, and for the magic show people are waiting. It's 800 kids served, and for the community need, I think we need to give them this funding for sure.
Thank you, Councillor Grant, and then Deputy Mayor Narayan.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Through yourself to administration. So firstly, I'd like to say congratulations, everybody. That was a fantastic job. Congratulations. Councillor Warzanowski, you chaired a fantastic committee. Ms. Johal Watt did a fantastic job. And I'm missing some people in that, thanks, I'm sure. It was many hands and it was a lot of work, and it's a fantastic accomplishment. I would like to see this funding be given to the library, but I don't necessarily want it to go to operations. I would like to see it go to some sort of programming or initiative to support the larger community.
Yeah, thank you for that. With library funding though, we are unable to direct how.
I agree with that.
So we can express what you
Yes, I would like to recommend
Yes.
to the library that if we give them this money, that they use it for programming or a community initiative.
Great, thank you. Deputy Mayor Narayan.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to members of council. And it's maybe, we're hoping to do this annually, and it's something that maybe at some point we're going to sit down and figure out when we are determining who the funds will be going to. Should we be attaching any form of stipulation strings to it, or should it be just, hey, you know what, because this time we're dealing with the library, and this will be, like I said, an annual thing, and who knows, who we're going to be helping out next year. And whatever we do today, we'll be setting a precedence. So just maybe going forward, we should have more clear policies as to how we want to do this. The way it came across, I think, from a lot of residents when we said that, hey, we'll be helping out, we'll be supporting the public library through this, as well as the municipality of Jasper. I think the understanding was that whatever funds we get at the end of the day, it'll be split. I believe it was 80-20, or 75-25, and period, right? That would be it. So, whatever we do, I think we just should be very mindful as to how we want to proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean, and also through the chair to Councillor Grant. I have to give all the credit to Ms. Johal Watt and her team. I know they worked really hard. I showed up at the meetings and said a few things, but thank you for that. When it comes to the dowry, I would suggest that dowries are typically, whether it's a dowry or whatever investment we want to call this, it's really a drop in the bucket. Like Mr. Edney had said, that these type of investments are in the hundreds of millions or even in the billions when you look at these type of investments to get any type of real return to provide you back any type of material investment that may go towards the library. I do know that we are reviewing our investment strategy later this year, so we can certainly bring up a strategy if we want to find another way to raise funding for the library. I would be in support of that. And in regards to the funding here, I just want to make a comment. We did commit further to Councillor Narayan, Deputy Mayor Narayan's comments about giving them the money with the understanding from Mayor Dean that we can't really direct them on how to use the money, as although we can make our thoughts known. We also, the comment I was going to make is, we had committed to support the library with 75% of the funds prior to them coming to ask for a $100,000 top-up. So I think that should be considered as we move forward in making a decision on providing them the library. And if I could speak for one more moment, I know the motion is not yet before us, but I would like to consider revising the motion, whoever presents it, that we direct Alberta municipalities, that we direct administration to ask Alberta municipalities to make up their portion of what they were intending to match. I believe it was $15,000, up to $15,000 for any municipality looking to donate to the municipality of Jasper. So thank you for that.
Just on that, that does not need to be a part of the motion.
Okay.
We can't tell them how to do that. And also, it was 15. It was a top up of total of like whatever happened. So I believe that top up can be a part of it, but it's not from what every municipality did. But it was a generous move from our municipalities in terms of what they've done, and also it was exciting to see what's happened yesterday with regards to how the province is stepping up to help. But from our part, our motion specifically would just be about our $21,000 to the municipality of Jasper. Councillor Schindler.
Through the chair to Ms. Johal-Watt, that was a great tournament. I wish I was there the whole time, but I had an emergency. But at the same time, it was fun. Everybody had fun. There were a lot of comments about like, we need to do this again next year. So I hope that you can help us again next year to do this, but let's spread the load around so you're not so busy. You look really busy. That said, but thank you so much for your involvement and councils as well. But yours specifically, thank you. That said, I'm going to go back to our funding. Are we able to, through the chair to administration, are we able to split this motion into two, approve the Jasper and then the Jasper payment, and then go back for the endowment fund information and come back to council next council?
I've got a plan for that here in a minute, because from what I'm hearing, I believe I got a plan here in a second.
Okay.
I will. I'll get to that plan here in 2 seconds. Councillor Randhawa.
Sorry, I need to finish what I'm saying here.
Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. Further to that, when we started this, we were going to donate to the public library. That was exactly what we were planning on doing. And it wasn't set in stone, but the idea, the spirit of the money was to go to a project, and or something that we can show to the public that, hey, we funded this, as opposed to it just going into general revenue. And I was under the impression that we could put a stipulation on this money that it be used for a project or something like that before we gave it, whether it be some sort of grant or some method of giving this money. Further to that, I want to echo what Councillor Sandboe and has said about the endowment fund. We're hopefully going to be building a brand new library soonish. I would love to see a brand new library coming to meet the needs of our citizens. And this money, if we do decide to invest it and hold it, and dish out some every year, we can then have this pull out as it matures to invest in that new library and make the wow factor in our new library be off the charts. So I echo that need for thinking for the future and being sure that we can continuously provide those programs for our citizens, and investing to me seems rather prudent. So that's why I would like to see that come back. Thank you.
So council can only act by resolution, and the resolution that we made was that we were going to be donating. I think the conversation has been about, so a conversation that certainly did happen during the process is one of the things that we could do would be for a project, right? However, to be clear, we never actually did that in a motion beforehand. So our motion wasn't for that to do that. Just to clarify, that doesn't mean that we can't. But what I anticipate is going to happen here in a moment is I'm going to call for a motion to approve administration going back to look at the endowment fund. And if the majority of council says yes, then that happens. If the majority of council says no, then that doesn't happen, and then we figure out what we're doing with the $63,000. So that's the plan. I believe that that's going to happen here in a minute because I don't think that we have consensus currently on it going to the endowment fund, and so with that, then because I do not feel consensus, I feel as chair that it'll be prudent here in a moment to call for that motion. Before I do that, I'll offer two last comments. First to Councillor Randhawa, and then secondly to Councillor Sandboe.
Thank you, Your Worship. It's big thanks to Sandy and her team. And let's not forget, we have here present our first interim CEO, Pat Winston, sitting here as well. I would like to recognize because he's the one who started in the first. And the other thing, when we ask, this is not our money, this is donation money, so this is public money, and those people who we ask them, this is going to the library. So we did not mention to them we will endowment these funds and we can use later. We told them we are giving this money to the library, and I'm not agree on that because I would like to give it to the library because that's what we promise when people donated to us. And because this is in the future, always we need to raise the funds for the city and donate to the other departments as well. And I would like to keep my word, what we promise to the public.
Great, thank you. I certainly hear your passion on this side of the issue. I've also heard Councillor Sandboe's passion on this side of the issue, which is why I think it'll be prudent here in a moment to call for a motion on this, and democracy rules the day. So, Councillor Sandboe, final comment before I call for that motion.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. I so deeply agree with all the comments, and in particular, Councillor Randhawa's comments about we need to do what we said we were going to do, which is that we were going to give this money to Jasper and the library. So to be clear about what my hope is, I hope that administration can come back with a plan for these funds that maybe even extends past this $60,000. Because as I mentioned, if we have $20,000 in investments earning sub 2%, perhaps we can put it in an endowment fund for 6%. And maybe we can turn this into $100,000 a year for the library instead of $60,000. I think it's worth looking at to see whether that's a possibility, because we have a responsibility to the library and to library services in Chestermere.
So with that, we are starting to debate a motion without a motion. So I'm going to call for a motion so we can debate the motion. Because I think that we are now debating one thing. So with that, I think the appropriate thing to do would be to call for a motion, and I believe the motion would be along the lines of to direct administration. Well, there we go. Council, are we happy with the wording of this motion? So again, to be clear, so if you vote yes, then they're going to go away and explore doing this. If you vote no, administration will not be doing this, and then we would be contributing the $63,000 straight to the library, basically. So that's what I believe that this motion would accomplish. So is everybody okay with the wording of this motion before we make it? Deputy Mayor Narayan.
Thank you, Worship. Well, I guess the question would be for administration if it's clear for them, because nothing here says anything about library. So endowment for...
Yeah. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
For the proceeds from the golf tournament.
Okay.
And Sorry,
Mr. Edney.
if I may, just through the chair, just to go back, at any point, every motion we put in our reports is just a recommendation, and council can make any type of motion at any time that you want on any subject
Yes.
that we're talking
Yeah.
about. So
Absolutely.
one of the things too, if it helps to, whoever wants to make the motion can also just read what they think is a motion. We'll just capture it in the minutes and up on the screen for you.
Yes. Let's get the wording here of what was just recommended, and then we'll bat it around for a minute, make the motion and vote.
Your worship.
Sorry, 1 second, Councillor Sandboe. Council direct administration to research into the endowment.
Endowment fund. Endowment fund? Just into A.
Council direct administration to research into the endowment fund into a endowment fund
Yes.
instead of the. And, thank you. AN, yeah. No. There we go. Okay. Sorry, Life Services. Council direct administration to research into an endowment fund from the proceeds of the golf tournament for the Chestermere Library and bring back to council. Okay. Councillor Sandboe?
Thank you, Your Worship. I have a couple of changes to this, if that's all right.
Yep.
So I'd like to add, if I could, let me see what this says. Direct administration to research into an endowment fund of no less than $63,581.72.
Then A.
The proceeds of which to fund future operations and capital expenses for the library. I do have a suggested motion written down if that makes this easier.
Change no to NO. KNOW to NO. Yep. Because I know less, but not know next.
And take out the after then. Okay. We good? Okay. So this is the wording. So again, do we all understand what this motion's doing? And okay, great. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Sandboe.
Thank you very much. I move that council direct administration to research into an endowment fund of no less than $63,581.72 from the proceeds of the golf tournament for the Chestermere Library and to bring a report back to council.
Great, thank you. Comments, questions? Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean, and to the chair, to Councillor Sandboe and the rest of council. I explain that endowment funds, normally the proceeds of the endowment are what's used to run operations of such a project. And I just want to make that clear that during our debate, you'd suggested that we'd get $100,000 per year. If we'd had $100,000 and we're making 10%, the proceeds would only be $10,000 per year if you left that endowment in the fund, which is really just a drop in the bucket. So while this motion is before us, I don't support it because it is just a drop in the bucket.
Thank you. Just let's be careful about expressing how we're going to vote before we vote.
Yeah.
Councillor Schindler, then Councillor Sandboe.
Through the chair to Councillor Sandboe, you did mention this $100,000. I was wondering if you would expand on that because that sounded interesting. And so, yeah, would you please expand on that?
Councillor Sandboe.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Councillor Schindler and the rest of council. I believe this is why we need to bring the report back. Councillor Woznowski is correct. It would be a much larger amount. The reason why I think that this has a chance to be feasible is because we actually do have millions, tens of millions of dollars of investments that are underperforming this is a possibility of a way to invest them that goes towards something that we know we're funding anyway. I think it's worth looking into. And if it comes back and we find out that we could do an endowment fund, but only for $63,000, perhaps then this comes off the table.
Mr. Edney.
Yeah, through the chair to council. So a couple comments just to your comments there, Councillor Sandboe. So the investments we do have are generally in restricted surplus accounts and are already budgeted for something in particular to be used for roads projects or something like that. So I'm not sure it's as simple as just taking, in your example of $100,000, perhaps $2 million, and putting it in a library fund. That is something that would need to be discussed at budget time when we look at the restricted surplus and where those funds are allocated to, which again brings me back to it's probably a different discussion than the endowment fund. I'm sure we can do the endowment fund, get some sort of stable rate of return. It becomes this larger question at budget time. Maybe that's part of this process. Do we have any money somewhere that we could put into this type of endowment fund? I'm going to assume no, because generally all those accounts are specified in our bylaws somewhere of what those uses are for. Maybe Mr. Olwat.
So I think we're starting to get outside of this motion though, right? So I think what I'm going to do is I think we've been really clear on the debate on this motion. I'm going to end the debate on this motion and call for the vote.
I move that council direct administration and research. Oh, sorry.
You just got to vote.
Oh,
you
sorry.
vote.
I missed your call for it. You must have whispered it after all that. Good.
Okay, so with that motion is defeated then, so we will not be looking at the endowment fund. So then we are, so now then we are making, I believe then we were just making the motion for the recommended motion. Sorry. Yes, we'd make a motion based on the recommended motion. Mr. Edney?
Yes, through the chair, I think you're correct. It'd go back to the original motion. The larger discussion of do you want to donate more, I guess you can have that after the motion is made,
Yeah.
or if you want it to include the 50,000 that was committed last week was one of the options that was presented. So
yeah, so I think at this point, I think we should make the original motion that we have right now, and then it could come back, and then we could have a further conversation through administration as to what we want to do with the original request from the library, because we had already done the 50. I don't think that one needs to be, the detail on that needs to be figured out at the moment. Mr. Edney?
So through the chair, we have a motion to give them the $50,000. If we make a motion now to give the 63 without clarity at the time, we're going to give them 50 and 63.
That's right.
Just to be clear.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, so let's make two motions then. So I would like, can we make the first motion, please? Can I have a councillor make a motion to donate the proceeds, donate 25% of the proceeds from the Mayor and Council Charity Golf Classic to the municipality of Jasper in the amount of $21,193.91. No. You had it right. We're doing Jasper first. Well, $193.91. 9-1. Council donate. That's it. And it should be from the Mayor and Council Charity Golf Classic. Take out the word Chestermere. There we go. Awesome. Everybody good with the wording on this?
Through the chair to mayor and council, shouldn't it read the municipality of Jasper? Just so that it's aligned with all of our previous RFDs.
Sounds good.
They are the town of Jasper.
They are the town of Jasper. Town of Jasper. Okay, perfect. Okay. Can I have someone make the following motion, please? Councillor Schindler.
I put my hand up really high that time, and I wore my Jasper pin today. I motion that council donate the proceeds from the Mayor and Council Charity Golf Classic to the town of Jasper in the amount of $21,193.91.
Comments, questions? Councillor Schindler?
Yeah, I hope this helps Jasper in whatever way we can, because I'm still very concerned about that community. That's all.
Absolutely. It's exciting for us to be able to come alongside and be a good neighbor to another municipality here in Alberta. With that, a call for the vote. Okay, and that's carried. Council, how would you like to handle the other three options that were discussed for the 63,000? Councillor Schindler?
I'm kind of unclear as to what those three options are. If I had them in front of me in writing, then I could like absorb that and do that. But I actually don't know how those three options were laid out. Sorry.
Sure. No problem. So,
If
we'll give Ledge Services a moment here to. Yes, I saw that. I'm just letting Ledge Services write this out.
581.72 cent. 63.
No, sorry. 63,581.72. Okay. So can you just to fulfill Councillor Schindler's request underneath? This will not be the motion. I just want to be really clear. This will not be the motion. We're just going to put it all on the screen so we can look at the three options. So option A. Is that the 63,000, sorry, don't write all this down. I'll simplify it as I'm saying it. The 63,000, or this amount, let's just say this amount.
I may.
Yeah.
Do you want to just say the first one is cancel the previous $50,000 motion? That was option one for 63. The other one is add this to the 50.
I think
the
you and I
other
are saying the
one's-
same thing. I'm about to phrase it differently.
Okay.
So this amount would cover the 50,000 from previous motion plus the additional 13,000. We're not going to use exact amounts. I'll just, okay. Option B. Is the 63,000 would be in addition to the 50,000 for a total of 113. No, 113. 113. And then a third option could be their original request was for 100,000. So playing quick math,
I I would just leave option C out, and if you want to do B, they can always come back and ask for another 50 if you want.
Yeah. Okay. Sure. Yeah. Okay. So, okay. Thank you. Yeah. So these would be the two options that we're exploring right now, unless council has another one. So to open up the two options, not yeah, yet. It will be here in a minute. So whatever option we go with will make up the motion, if that makes sense, right? Because I think that, Mr. Edney?
So I was going to just also say, if you do want to go with option B, then the motion as above is sufficient.
Oh, yeah.
Because we've already done the 50.
Yeah, I got you. Okay, Councillor Sandboe.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm prepared to make the first motion saying the full amount of $63,000. May I? Yep.
No, not yet, because we haven't decided which option we're going with, A or B.
I'm prepared to make a motion for option B. I think you should make the motion and you debate it. Yeah.
Okay. Councillor Sandboe.
Thank you. I move that council donate the proceeds from the Mayor and Council Charity Golf Classic to the Chestermere Library in the amount of $63,581.72. And may I comment on that, Your Worship?
Yep.
So I don't think that the $50,000 distributed, when was that, last week or the week before, should be considered in this. I think that was a separate ask. The full $63,000 is what we committed from this fundraiser, and I think we should give it to the library.
Okay. My thing on that is that it was an additional ask, and for me, it helps to cover for that because oftentimes we can have people coming back for additional asks, right? And so for me, when we made that motion last week, it was to get that started because we did not have the number at that time from the golf tournament. Right, we didn't know what the number was, and so for me, it was approve the 50, knowing we're probably going to be above 50, and then the charity would cover the 50 that we approved without necessarily doing the totality, because there was a few of us that were unsure if we wanted to do the 100, and so for me, option A accomplishes all of it. We keep our promise. For me, option A, we keep our promise to the library that we were raising money for the library and we're donating that money. It's higher than the amount that we had already approved, and we're giving all of the money that came in from the golf tournament. And so for me, I'm in support of option A for all of those reasons. Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. This is a difficult decision for sure. I do struggle with what the right decision is here as well. My only concern is that if we give them the $63,000 as part of the previous ask that they came the other day, that they're going to use that for operations and not for programming. And I really, really, really would like to see this money go to a program or something tangible for the community. I understand that staffing and keeping the door open is tangible for the community as well. But I think the intent of this money originally was to provide something to the greater community through the library and not necessarily a staffing position.
And sorry, is your understanding then that the 50,000 is going towards staffing?
It's going towards operations is my understanding.
Okay, thank you.
Whatever that means.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you. Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. And through the chair, to comment on Councillor Grant's commentary. When the library came to us asking for the $100,000 2 weeks ago, that was clear that they wanted it for operations and extending their hours and the like. They'd also commented that their intentions with the funding from the golf tournament was to be project-based. So I would be in support, I would suggest not looking at A or B, and through the chair to Mr. Edney, support his suggestion. If they want an additional 50,000, give them what we committed to from the library, and they can come back and ask anytime.
No, option B is that. So what option B is, because we have to decide what we're doing with that original motion. So this 63,000 is in addition to what we did last week.
Yes,
That's, yeah,
that's what I'm suggesting, then option B. And if they want more than that, because their original ask was 100,000, because we had suggested that we'd give them half now. If they wanted more, they can ask for the rest later. And that'll help support their commitment in public that they would get their operations and potentially also give us a project to deliver to our residents. So yes, if that's the scenario, then option B makes the most sense.
okay, thank you. Councillor Randhawa.
For me as well, I echo to Councillor Versnowski with the option B. The reason is that it's so many programs for the community. It's not going because our library is underfunded, and that is the reason. And I would like to go with the option B, because in case they need, they can come back and ask, because now they are open for more hours. Which one is our community in need? And I don't want that program will be shut down in the future because of not to give them more funding. And I would like to support for option B.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Schindler.
This is a very interesting debate. When it comes down to it, we said the spirit of the golf tournament was to provide funding to the library for a program or a project or something that we can look, see, and touch. What that is, I have no idea. There were some great ideas thrown around in meetings with the library. That said, I think that this funding that we're looking at has been for the shortfall in their budget for this last year, and those asks that have come to us recently are to top up the operations of that system. Coming forward to 2025, we can certainly look at making sure that these topics don't come up again, because we will have properly funded our library and made sure that they're heads above water. Do I think that they're underwater right now? I don't know that, but I do want to throw support behind option A, only because the hours opening and the new programs that we've put forward, and recent grant funding that we've given the library for other programs, should keep the library well above water, and they can use that 50,000 to increase the hours, and also use 13,000 to build a project over the winter time. So there's only a couple of months left before budget 2025 kicks in. So spending 13,000 is in this short time is probably a pretty good order. I know I can spend $1 million in a minute if I wanted to, but not every one of us wants to buy a nice car. That said, I do throw my support behind option A. I think it's more prudent and respectful of our taxpayers' dollars. Thanks.
Deputy Mayor Ryan.
Thank you, Worship, through you to staff. And I guess, because the charity golf course, Golf Classic is evolving, I think there's lessons learned. But the sounds of it, Council definitely wants to see these proceeds in future, I guess, going towards projects. So just a suggestion that maybe when we do determine next year and the year after as to who to donate to or who to support, it's a meeting we can have, with a particular group, indicating that, council will definitely support. However, they would have to present some options as to how they will be using those fundings, and ideally that has to be project based. Again, like I said, lessons learned. Let's do that. Going forward. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So with that, Absolutely. I think there's some great lessons learned. I think also through all the debate, through all the discussions, everything that's happening, I think it's great that the library is going to be getting some funding, which I think is fantastic at the moment. So either way, it's a win. It's just it's how we're doing the win. So with that, I'm going to call for the vote, and just to clarify that by voting in favor of the motion that is on the table, that the 63,581 would be in addition to the 50,000 that was approved last week. So a vote in favor is that it's in addition to the 50. A vote no would be saying that you. If you vote no, it's not saying that you don't support the library, right? A vote no is just that it would be seeing the 60 be able to cover the 50 plus an additional 13. So with that, and with that clarity, I would like to call for the vote. Great, and with that, that's carried. So congratulations to the library, and thank you to all the work that was done. Sorry?
Okay, I get confused with my voting.
Voted the wrong one. It's passed.
It's still passed.
Although she should be allowed to change her.
So a motion to reconsider on a vote can be done in the same meeting. So if a councillor wants to make a motion to reconsider on their vote, they would have had to vote it in favor. No. Hold on. Actually, at this point, what I'm going to do then is congratulations to the library on the motion that has been passed. I believe there's a question that's happening over here. So from that, I would go into the procedural bylaw. So with that, I would like to call for a recess, and we will come back at 10:45. Thanks, everyone.
Excellent.
Good morning again, everyone. Great discussion here this morning as we've been working our way through our agenda. Moving now to bylaws, section 7 at 7.1. Bylaw number 027-24, the ATCO Gas Franchise Agreement bylaw, being presented by our CAO, Mr. Kent Edney.
All right, thank you. Through the mayor to council. Today I'm here to present bylaw number 027-24, being the ATCO Gas Franchise Agreement bylaw. So back in the spring, the city's franchise agreement with ATCO for providing natural gas services to the city expired. We've been in the process of, I guess, relooking/renegotiating that agreement. Under the Utilities Affordability Statutes Amendment Act, which came into effect, all agreements must be reviewed or renewed by March 17th, 2025. So we're under a little bit of a time crunch here, just as far as getting things approved. I didn't include it in here, and I apologize, I should have, just what the process is for renewing this franchise agreement. So a little bit of background for people who aren't aware. The franchise agreement is essentially an agreement where we have the underground infrastructure to supply delivery of natural gas in the city of Chestermere. We charge a fee based off of that for ATCO's ability to do that, to have their pipes, I guess, in our ground and provide that service within the city. So there's two key aspects to the agreement that need to be determined. The first is what that percent franchise fee is that we are going to charge them, and then the term of the agreement. So if we look at the franchise fee, it's a source of revenue that right now ends up being applied into the city's general operating budget fund. Historically, it's been allocated to a restricted surplus account, where then those funds were used for some other kind of purpose. That's something we can discuss at budget time of how we allocate those funds. The essence of today's approval is we need to do a first reading of the bylaw so that then we can take this franchise agreement to the next step, which needs AUC approval, it needs advertising, all sorts of different steps between now and likely into the new year before we actually get the third reading done. So I provided a copy of the draft agreement. It has been reviewed by legal. At the end of the day, it's a template form that is approved by the Alberta Utilities Commission for use in all municipalities in Alberta. So if there was something that council saw in there, didn't like some wording, it actually needs to be amended through the Alberta Utilities Commission. So essentially what I'm saying in a nice roundabout way is, other than the percentage of the franchise fee and the term we'd like to enter into, there's not much else worth looking at in the agreement. It's benign, it's standard, it's something that every municipality will sign as we go forward. So the two things, our franchise fee historically has been 17%. Looking into 2025, we expect that to generate just over $1 million of revenue to the city. This franchise fee is collected on everybody's utility bill. If you're paying attention with EPCOR or whoever you get your natural gas from, that franchise fee is, I guess, funneled back to the customer. Under the legislation, we can charge anywhere from 0% up to 35% in the agreement. But like I say, most municipalities are in that 17, 18%. That's what we've had historically, and that's our recommendation. If we increase it, again, that just passes the cost on to our residents in the form of their utility bill. If we decrease it, it just brings in less revenue for the city. So at this point, my recommendation to council and the request is that council approve first reading of bylaw 027-24, being the ATCO Gas Franchise Agreement bylaw for delivery of natural gas to customers within Chestermere, and the mayor and CAO be authorized to sign the form of application setting the franchise fee at 17%. You'll notice when you look at the actual bylaw, it looks a little bit different from the rest of our bylaws. Again, this is a template that has been sent through from the Alberta Utilities Commission for the exact wording that they would like to see in our bylaw. So if there's any questions, I'd be happy to attempt to answer them.
Great, thank you. I think at this time, though, the questions are a little bit mute because, sorry, I apologize. We will be coming back for second and third reading anyway.
Yep.
So at this point, I think we would just like to make a motion. Because this is a bylaw, we'll just make the motion for first reading of the bylaw. So can I have a councillor make the motion that is on the screen, please? Councillor Schindler.
I move that council approve first reading of bylaw number 027-24, being the ATCO Gas Franchise Agreement bylaw for delivery of natural gas to customers within Chestermere, and the mayor and CAO be authorized to sign the form of application setting the franchise fee at 17% for 2025.
Great, thank you. Comments, questions? Councillor Sandboe.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Is there any chance that we will do second and third reading today, or is there another opportunity?
No, we're only doing first reading today.
Okay, thank you.
With that, I'll call for the vote. Great, and that's carried. With that, now we are moving on to item 8.1, which is the extended producer responsibility, which is being presented by Dario from Environment Services Manager.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. I am Dario Remonteria. I'm the Environmental Service Manager for Community Operations. I'm here to present a little bit background on the extended responsibility program, opt-in versus opt-out. We're seeking a recommendation from council direction from administration to carry forward with the opt-in option of the extended producer responsibility program. A little bit of a background on the package here. Basically, it's a new regulation that was put into effect November 30th, 2022. This is a transition launching in April 2025. The extended producer responsibility is a policy approach which producers and businesses that supply packaging and paper that go out to the communities and different stores, they will be more responsible about the disposal of the waste and financial responsibilities. So I'll just go through my presentation a little bit. Give me a quick sec here. There we go. So the extended producer responsibility opt-in versus opt-out. So what I'm going to be... Does this work? Sometimes, yeah.
Not when you want it.
Yeah. How about I just say next? Yeah. Okay, next slide. Okay, so for the agenda, I'm going to explain what the EPR is, the decision that the city has made to opting in versus opting out, and explain what it means, looking over the timelines and how that will affect the cities. I will talk a little bit of our current service levels and what our rates are, and then go over the compensation offer that CM has provided to us. Next slide. So EPR. So EPR, the extended Alberta Extended Producer Responsibility Regulation was passed October 3rd, 2022, and was implemented on November. With regards to packaging paper, all that other kind of stuff that I just mentioned, the acronym is used PPP. This is anything that goes into the city curbside blue carts that we have. Later on, they're going to be talking about the recycling depot as well, but that's going to be at a later date. They haven't worked out the finer details for that. This will shift the cost, like I mentioned, managing recycled materials from the cities to the producers. The producers is anyone that puts out packaging to any stores in Alberta. This puts more accountability on the producers and the waste they put out in communities. So right now, almost every province is focusing on circular economy, reducing waste, keep on reusing. So this is the incentive to do that as well here in Alberta. We're the last to be implementing this because all other provinces do it. The institution that is selected to oversee this is ARMA, which is an institution that has experience in recycling programs for over 30 years. They have chosen circular materials to work with the producers in order to regulate the jurisdiction that's regulated by the EPR program. Now, next slide. I'm going to talk a little bit about the opt-in, opt-out. So opting in is where the community will continue managing our current recycling program. So it's status quo. So we do the level of services. We have our own employees that collect recycling, our carts. We go to the transfer site, dispose of the recycling. We take care of the customer service involved with that. So any resident that has any escalations that need to be taken care of, they call us, and then we provide them with a remedy. Nope, don't go yet. So I also deal with the monthly data, and we also deal with monthly data tracking, reporting, contamination management, which will all be taken care of by us if we opt in. Payment will be provided by Circular Materials based on per household, per month, per year. The city will manage the customer service. The city will continue managing promotions and education, but with the aid from Circular Material. They will also do a top-up of compensation as well to aid in that process. The advantages of opting in. We receive funding from Circular Materials in supporting the recycling program. So it's extra revenue coming into us and to manage that program. We will have collection scheduling, collection controls. So we still deal with our controls, all that other kind of stuff. And we will still be able to provide our customer service in regarding recollects, providing the app that we currently provide them as well. So if we don't do it, that could go somewhere else. So the Recollect app, our mapping system on our website, everything that's still provided by us. The disadvantages could be additional liability insurance development contingency plans revised that Circular Materials may put in place. This is very unclear what they're going to be doing right now, so they're still working out the finer details on what that means. But one of the things that they might implement is, which is a very aggressive goal that they have, is contamination rates going to the transfer sites. So their goal is 4% contamination rate. So to give you an example, right now, every city in Alberta averages about 13 to 15% contamination going to the transfer sites. The current company we currently use, their threshold for contamination is 25%. So Circular Materials suggesting that we should all go down to 4% is very optimistic. Not impossible, but it's going to take a while to get there because most cities in Alberta don't even come close to that. And then, so for opting out, I'll explain a little bit what opting out means. Opting out, Circular Material will manage collection and post-collection responsibilities for the recycle program. So they take everything and pretty much outsource it to a service provider of their choosing. They will also provide the service provider that they pick. They will also administer the contracts. They will take care of the customer service. So when someone calls the city, we have to now direct them to the service provider. So we kind of wipe our hands clean of that. The service provider picked by Circular Materials, they will decide and dictate what kind of service they provide, what the scheduling is, still following our bylaws, because we say we come out at 7 o'clock until a certain time, but they can come out whenever they want. So during those times. The advantage of that, of opting out, is the cost to provide services for the recycling program is all on Circular Materials. So we don't have to provide anything anymore. We don't have to spend any money on it. Circular Materials takes care of that. And Circular Materials has until April 1st, 2025 to implement that. We haven't gone through that process with them because we believe opting in is a better solution for the transition. So they haven't really shared with us what that would look like for opting out. We currently use GFL for our transfer site. I would assume they would do the same thing, but they'd probably do something similar for service and collection curbside. The disadvantages, levels of service is the big thing, right? We lose that gold standard that we provide our residents. We provide things from a Recollect app, cameras on our trucks for accountability for city drivers, but also helping with damage claims, everything like that around the city. We also provide a system that can track our bins with RFID tags. So when our drivers are out driving, they collect a cart. If they miss one, we will know before the resident knows, and we will go out there as soon as possible, right? Otherwise, they will call us. We have about 48 hours to go recollect the bin, but most of the time we provide a better service than that. So, okay, next slide. I'll go through the timeline where we're at right now. So currently we're at the community opt-in agreement approval stage. So we've gone back and forth with them with our general ledgers and how much it costs for our department to run our recycling program. And they have come with a compensation offer that is more than reasonable to manage the recycling program. Then they're going to be confirming on November 15th, they're going to be confirming the estimated tonnages receiving consolidation and transfer process by each community, and then from there negotiating the agreement and creating a service agreement for the city as they go on. But during this timeline, if we do this ahead of time, we start receiving some type of compensation before April 21st. So it's kind of like a bit of a beginning stages. So the faster that we do this, the faster that we start receiving money from circular material. Now, if you want to go to the next slide, I'll talk a little bit about, again, what we provide. So this information was before June. So our curbside collection service was $23.03. That helped us fully fund our recycle program. Now, approximately, we have 7,740 residents. So you times that by 12, times that per resident, that's about 2.1 million of revenue coming in to operate the recycling program. Then in June, we did an additional rate change to that. So now with 97 cents more, it's now at $24 per month for the resident. So that brings us up to about 2.2 million to run that program. So again, like I said, we're fully funded. We don't need to use any other sources of funds to run a recycling program. So next slide. This is what we've come to with CM and their financial offer. So they've calculated that to help us with our curbside collection, they're going to give us $5.03 per household per month. So that equals up to $468,900 approximately. And that will increase per year. It's not clear on how they're going to do that, but they have a methodology that they're going to do 0.5% increase for the first year, and then after that, they'll increase it depending on what inflation is. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, do you want to address, maybe just so it's clear, that $24 includes garbage?
Yeah, so it includes garbage. Yeah, so that includes everything. That's our all three streams. Correct. Yeah. Where was I at? And then, yeah, okay, so that's everything. CM will work out their master service agreement. Then the promotion and education that I was telling you about, they're actually going to do a top up of $1.50 per month per household for the annual cost. And they will help us basically do better promotion education for the communities to recycle better. So bringing us down to that contamination rate of 4%, because that is their main goal for reducing waste. And then the depot, that's still under review. So we don't have any timelines on that just yet. I've given them all the information that is required for that, but they will be coming back to us within the coming months on what kind of compensation that looks like. That is the same thing as curbside. If we opt in, opt out, if we opted out, they would take over the depot service. So our depot service would close down, and they would put something around the city as a normal depot for their recycling, because they would manage it. So how they do that, logistically, we don't know that yet, but that's about it. So next slide. I'll leave it up to any questions now. Sorry for the bit of sporadicness. I just came back from a trip, but anyways.
Yes, I just provided a little further information. There was a presentation that we received as mayors at the conference last week. I apologize to council. I got the slide deck this morning. So you've all got that from, but this ARMA actually presented at the midsize, and I just want to echo the comment that the vast majority of mid-sized cities have moved to this model. So we would be in line with what other municipalities our size and things like that are doing. And I have provided that to council earlier today. I got it today and I forwarded it to you. But this group did do a presentation. So based on that, my understanding too is that you talked about by waiting there is a lag time. I think it's even it can be up to a year lag time. Correct? If you don't meet the original deadline, there's like a year.
Yeah, and they can implement up to a year wait to go into phase 2.
Right.
So basically, we wouldn't be receiving any funding until 2026.
Right. And I think part of that too was based on the number of different municipalities that are signing up so they want to be able to get all those contracts done. And so then by delaying, it's basically first to the game, earlier to the game you get, the earlier you start to see the benefits, as opposed to waiting, you just end up getting those benefits at a later date. And I think it's, again, up to a year lag time. It could be if we don't meet this first deadline, I believe.
Pretty much, yeah. So it'd be 2026 of April.
Yeah, April 2026.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. Okay.
And then just to clarify one thing on Mayor's comment, anybody that's opting out already has outsourced services. So they already use a company like GFL, Blue Planet, all that other kind of stuff. So opting in doesn't make sense to get assets like trucks, more employees, because that's an added cost to the city, where we already do that. So we don't outsource, so we wouldn't be adding additional costs.
Right. Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I just have a quick question in regards to Circular Materials' financial offer. You'd suggested that there was their offer for $5.03 per household. Did we do any modeling on what that would cost us in comparison to what their offer is, and is it reasonable, I guess is my question.
Yes, we have. So last year, we actually went to RFP to outsource the recycling, compost, and garbage. We modeled that. We would be running the program at about $4.50. So them giving us $5.03 is more than reasonable. And with the additional increase later on, yeah, I think it's totally in line.
Thank you.
Mr. Edney.
So thank you, through the chair, to council. Just a couple additional comments on to what Dario's. So to Councillor Warzanowski's question, they made an initial offer that was not 503. So good job to Dario for up to 503. The second aspect of it, it hasn't been directly addressed, but this is 503 a month less on our residents' utility bills. So it's one of those where we'll end up essentially whole. Our revenue will stay the same, covering our cost. We'll just get some of the revenue from Circular Materials instead of off of our residents' utility bills. So it'll be nice of a savings of $5 or $6 a month for every household.
Grant, then Councillor Schindler, then Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Through the chair to administration, I have a few questions, and I'll try and just make them simple, quick answers here, so I'm not taking up too much time. Is this a provincial or federal program?
Well, initially this was federal, but it is a provincial regulation.
Adopted.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fantastic. You briefly spoke about contamination in the mixed bins. Contamination is a huge issue in our city. I know it for sure. So what are the penalties when our residents don't meet that threshold of the 4% contamination. Basically, what I'm wondering is, it's going to take a long time to get people to buy into that low contamination number. And are we going to be hit with fines through that period that are going to hurt our revenues?
Yes, through the chair to Councillor Grant. Yes, that is unclear as well. They haven't determined anything on penalties, but I'll give you an example of what GFL does for their contamination of 25%. It's $85 per 100 tons. Yeah. Okay. So if that gives you a bit of an example there, it might be something similar. So $85 per ton.
Okay.
Of contamination, that might be what we're looking at.
Sure.
But I can't say for sure because they haven't done the analysis on that.
Okay. Mr. Edney, do you have something to add?
Yeah, so through the chair, just to elaborate on this again, up at AB Munis, and thank you for me, former deputy mayor. Please note that the chair has left the meeting. So at the AB Munis convention, I directly asked Circular Materials and I forget what the Alberta Association was, two different questions related to this. One is, who's responsible for the contamination and how are you going to enforce that? They had no idea, no answer. The second part of this, which is interesting, is there's a responsibility on the producer to ensure in the coming years that 95% of the material they put out comes back in. So they sell 100 sheets of paper in Alberta. They need to make sure 95 sheets get back to them for recycling. I have no idea how they're going to do that or how they're going to enforce it. But those are concerns that I think everyone has addressed, but don't have any tangible solutions on how to actually implement that. But I know they're working on it.
And just an additional comment, later on in November, I'm going to be doing another presentation on an audit process that we did here in City of Chestermere, which will explain a little bit about what the CAO is explaining there. So how they're planning on doing that, how, what materials is going to come in, what materials is going to go out. So it might explain some other issues there. So.
Perfect, thank you. I'd like to reclaim my time from the chair and ask one more question. And that will be, so you mentioned the depot location.
Yeah.
So if they took that over, so does that recycling contract include the existing stuff that we offer right now as far as electronics and the likes? And then the second part of that is, you're basically saying it's to their own fruition to find a new site somewhere within our boundaries or somewhere outside of our boundaries?
So that will only include the packaging paper and recyclable materials like that. When it comes to electronic, that won't include that. So, yeah.
Oh, the depot location.
The depot. Oh, yes. So
if they provide one, does it have to be in the municipality?
it has to be inside Chestermere. Yeah.
Okay.
Good?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
You're welcome. Councillor Schindler.
I just have a couple of questions. Could you define contamination? What is contamination?
Yeah, sure. So through the chair to Councillor Schindler, contamination could be multiple stuff. It could be food waste going into recycling. It could be aluminum into your different types of multi-layered aluminum going into your recycling. Plastics as well. There's multi-layer plastics. So anybody who goes to Costco will know that when you buy frozen berries, that's a multi-layered plastic. That's considered contamination and it's not recyclable. That may change in the coming years, however, because of what's going on right now. So they may find a way to recycle those materials. But at the moment, that's contamination. Styrofoam is contamination. All that kind of stuff that goes into recycle could be contamination.
Interesting. I had another question about the RFDs. That sounded interesting. Is that working now? Like, do we have RFDs in our carts? Sorry, yeah, for our trucks, are they detecting?
Oh, okay. RFID tags.
RFIDs. Sorry,
Yeah.
RFIDs.
No worries.
I apologize.
Yeah.
Not request for decisions. Sorry.
No, that was like. Yeah. So when the 3 automated collection cart service was provided, they actually come with an RFID tag.
Right.
So We haven't been using that type of service until recently last year. Our trucks have scanners, so when they actually collect the truck, it's already scanning the bin, tipping it over, and saying who it belongs to, what address it is, all that other kind of stuff. So I think 90% of our bins have it, with the exception of the old COI bins that are in the older neighborhoods.
Oh, so I think that's mine. So with this agreement, are there going to be any service changes for our residents?
No.
No? And what is the term of the agreement? Is it in perpetuity or is it forever?
It's ongoing, yeah.
It's ongoing?
Yeah.
Is there what if it turns out to be like a racket or something, and we're not getting anything back, and it ends up costing us a metric ton more money? Is there a way to opt to cancel that agreement?
So we do have associations, and the cities do have conversations like this, and we have monthly meetings about this. We could go to ARMA and saying, hey, this is not working out for us because of this reason, because they're the ones that are overseeing what Circular Material is doing and the producers.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that we keep our collection in-house, because I know that if there's any complaints, that'll certainly come to us first, and we will get blamed if there's, even if there's a third party. So I do like to have control of that in-house. That's all my questions. Thank you kindly.
And I'll just add one more thing. When it comes to opting in, this is to help with the transition right now. Eventually, in the 2 to 10-year plan, they're going to want most municipalities to opt out, so they have more control over it than the cities. So this is just to help that transition right now. This is probably another 5 years, maybe 6 years that will be in-house, but the end goal that they want is to opt out.
Councillor Janelle.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the presenter. I have a question for the public awareness.
Okay.
What step we take to inform residents about EPR program and its impact on waste disposal practice? The reason I'm asking this because there is a community standard as well, and I see sometimes the bin is very overflow, or garbage bag is sitting beside 2 or 3, because we have newly residents moved, and some of them might be not aware about the community standard or the program, how we run in this city, because they moved from another region or city.
Through the chair to Councillor Ronda. Yes, we don't have a very good program when it comes to education, but we do have a tagging system. When we audit our tags, it shows what they should be doing in regards to contamination, what they should be doing, how far apart, all that other kind of stuff. Our bylaw also has explanation on what unacceptable and acceptable materials are. But with this EPR program coming into place, this is going to help us better with promoting and educating the residents when it comes to the EPR program. Because currently the city of Chestermere, we don't do a good enough job right at the moment, but we are trying to improve it with our audits that we did this year, new tagging system, new laminates on our trucks promoting what contamination is, all that other kind of stuff.
Along with this, are there any public education initiative planned?
Not currently, no. But with the EPR, like I mentioned, this will help aid that, and we'll do more community engagements and incentives to educate people.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
I think we really need to educate the public at this moment, because so many new residents moved in.
For sure.
Thank you.
Councillor Sandboe.
Thank you, Your Worship. A question through you, I think probably to Mr. Edney or the presenter. I was in that EPR presentation with you as well, and I noticed that circular materials was only chosen for some recyclable materials. I believe it was it glass, or there was something else that there was going to be another third party chosen for that. I was actually wondering when that was going to be integrated into this program, or if we know that yet.
So I'm currently going to the RCA conference that's happening next week. That is a good question that I'll bring up to them, because I haven't heard anything of that, just more on the packaging and paper and recycling.
Great, thank you. With that, I believe you have a recommended motion for us.
Yeah, that council direct administration to carry forward with the opt-in option of the extended producer responsibility program.
Great, thank you. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Randawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council direct administration to carry forward with opt-in option of the extended procedure responsibility EPR program.
Great, thank you. Comments, questions? Call for the vote. Great, thank you. And that's carried. Moving forward now, we have our item 8.2. Thank you, Dario. We have item 8.2, uninterrupted power supply unit failure replacement. Presentation from Mackenzie Langan, manager of our IT department.
Good morning, or I guess afternoon now, Mayor and Council.
Still morning.
Is it still morning?
Still morning.
We're getting there. Awesome. So I'm just here representing administration to come forward with this request for decision regarding our uninterrupted power supply. We usually call it a UPS. Unfortunately, it has failed, and we're looking for a replacement. So I'll just go through my presentation here. The recommendation here at the top is that Council approve the purchase and installation of a replacement UPS unit for our main City Hall data center. Replacement will cost $65,000 of capital project funds. This includes the installation and removal of the unit. So just some background here for you. The fire suppression system in the server room at City Hall here was discharged last year in 2023. This caused a fine particulate to be released into the network equipment, and it's caused lots of damages, lots of issues throughout the last year. Most of them have been mitigated as of now, but unfortunately the UPS it just hasn't made it through the blow. Some implications here. It's essential for the city's critical network hardware to receive conditioned power. This mitigates network spikes and power voltages, or voltage differences. It also acts as a battery backup for all of our systems. So if something goes down, our network can stay up, and there's a lot of things that can go wrong when it goes down. Some of the risk here, if the UPS is not replaced, the city's network hardware, it is subject to those power surges. It causes compounding problems. Essentially, the entire network goes down. Everything grinds to a halt, and I have to, get it back up and going. It's very stressful. It's also incredibly damaging to the hardware itself. That hardware is meant to be running 24/7. It's not meant to be accidentally turned on and off. There's also a whole bunch of dependencies with our network configuration. So things have to be turned on in a certain order and set up in a certain way. All of that has to be basically started up from the ground every time this happens. So very stressful. So, that's pretty much it. Just a couple other notes that I didn't add in here. So the capital funding for this is going to be, ideally, not to make things confusing, but we did have a couple unused capital projects from last year that were set out by the previous administration. They weren't exactly handed over when, the changeover happened, so we didn't really move forward with those projects in the same way they were planned for. So we were hoping to use the project 6123050, the PSD Citywide Asset Management System, as it was said by the previous administration. The goals of that project are going to be addressed in 2025's capital budget, and we've sort of planned with CGI on how that's going to work out. So we were hoping to use that budget item for this year. So hopefully that makes sense. I don't want to make things a little more confusing than they need to be. That's pretty much it. In addition to that, the fire suppression system is being addressed as well. So we're having some subject matter experts, as well as our fire marshal, look into a better solution. So moving forward, we're going to make sure that doesn't happen again. Questions or concerns?
Great, thank you. Councillor Schindler.
I just have a quick question on this. Is this, will we need a better unit going forward? Is this going to meet our needs in future, or are we just getting the sort of the bare minimum for any sort of upgrades?
Absolutely. Through the chair to yourself. So this is generally considered the gold standard in UPSs. So this is the same thing that, Amazon and everything uses in their data centers. Yeah, they're pretty hard to get, unfortunately. So I have actually acquired one, but it is the gold standard. It's much better than the bare minimum.
Yeah, I run one at home, and I understand the difference between conditioned power and not conditioned power. So it makes a big difference.
The one we're looking at getting is from Schneider Electric.
Yeah.
And so that's generally considered the gold standard as well.
And you said that the fire suppression system is being looked at for a not particulate
Correct, yes.
suppression?
So the current system was installed before I got here. I'm not actually sure what the clean agent or whatever that suppression agent that they're using in there. We have subject matter experts coming out to address this right now. They haven't been able to make it out yet. We're looking at using a Novec 1230. So that's generally considered the gold standard as well for a clean agent suppressant system. Of course, that could change depending on the recommendations from the experts. Cool. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Janelle.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to administration, to the presenter. What was the cause of this unit failure? What was the cause? The unit failure.
The unit itself?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't actually know what the original cost was. The current one I have quoted is $57,000 right now for the new unit. I just don't have it on hand what the original one cost, but I'm assuming it was around the same price, maybe a little bit less, because it was purchased in 2021, which is very unfortunate. Yes, usually these are supposed to last about 10 years minimum, so it's very unfortunate this has happened so short into the lifespan of the product or unit.
And do we have any current budget to support that project at this moment, or no?
So I did mention just briefly, so we had the capital budget for the current year was put forth by the previous administration. So, we kind of been working with it. The stuff that we did know was going on, we of course went forward with, but there was a couple budget items that we, didn't move forward with just because they weren't handed over properly and we wanted to appropriately plan for them. And so one of those was project 6123050, named the PSD Citywide Asset Management System. It was budgeted for $80,000 in 2024, which we've not used any of. So it's completely unused at this point. We're hoping to use that line item to cover this. So we wouldn't have to, have any additional funds, just kind of moving it around a bit.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Quick question I have. So this sounded like it was from the discharge that happened there in 2023.
Correct.
Is there a reason an item like this doesn't fall under like an insurance claim or anything like that with how the damage was caused?
Yeah, so we have exhausted all of our insurance options. So I've replaced every single part that was insured on the unit. Every single battery's been replaced, the motherboard's been replaced, the control board's been replaced, as well as the front PDU unit. We've run out of insured parts on it. They're treating it as a damage claim, and so that falls outside of the insured asset, if you will. So yeah, I've exhausted every option that we can trying to get this covered. Yeah.
Councillor Wisnowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I have a few questions, and I'll try to be brief. And through the chair, the administration, to the presenter, I know you're quite proud of having backups, even though this UPS blew up or was triggered by the fire suppression system. There was no worry, or would ever be any worry, whether the UPS was operational or not. We always have adequate cloud-based backup for all of our systems, correct?
Not cloud-based, so we have replication at both the fire hall and city hall, so the data would be replicated at both sites, so we don't have a danger of losing the data. However, the network hardware is not replicated at both sites, so we would
of course, not the hardware.
Yeah, so we would be limited when it comes to firewalls and switches and things like that. But the general critical systems are replicated at both sites. Again, not on the cloud, it is on hardware.
Okay, thank you. And again, through the chair, administration to the presenter, here you're looking to use a surplus from other project, which I think from a project basis is different funding, but it's good to hear that there's surplus available. As part of your ask does not include the potential future ask for upgrading the fire suppression system non-contaminant style for the system. Is that correct?
Correct. That's not included in this ask.
Do we know what that would cost?
I'm just waiting for I've been sort of working with the subject matter experts, and they're coming in next week. So it's just kind of working with their timelines.
Thank you. And if I know under procedural bylaw we're only allowed 2 questions. May I ask one more?
Absolutely.
Thank you, Chair. And through the chair to Mr. Edney. I've read the procurement policy 652 a number of times, and just curious in regards to this scenario, how we do day-to-day business whenever we have, something that needs immediate attention, if we don't have to wait for the next meeting of council, and what does the CAO have jurisdiction over to continue, taking care of these day-to-day challenges that may or may not fall inside a budget? Because I thought your approval might have been $75,000, but that could be operational versus capital.
Yeah, so through the chair to council. So no, the difference is this is a capital budget item.
Yeah.
I don't have the authority to just add and remove things from the capital budget. It's a completely different process than our procurement policy. Procurement policy addresses once those items have been approved for expenditure. So the issue here is if this had been an emergency type, like it went out this afternoon and we need to go buy this and replace it this afternoon, there are different provisions that allow me to go do that, inform the mayor, and bring that back to council just to let you know. While this is a critical piece of equipment, it's not an emergency under that policy. So that's why we're back here asking for even though there's money available in the capital budget, that's the reason is this was not an approved project in the budget.
Excellent. I'm glad to hear that those measures are in place. Thank you, everyone.
Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Through the chair to administration and Mr. Langen. I'm wondering, do we know what caused the suppression system to fire?
Yes. So when it was installed, I wasn't here at the time. This is just sort of what I've gathered. But so the security contractor, when they installed the system, left the arming. There's a key on the sort of latch box there. So they left it open with the key in it. And another contractor, when they were coming to do work after hours, bumped that key and set it off.
Oh, okay. So through that incident, would there not be insurance from that other company to replace the damaged system then?
There could be. Again, this happened before I was here,
fair.
and so I wasn't able to investigate at the time. Okay. It might be too long for that to happen at this point.
Okay. That's okay. I think that might be maybe something for administration to look into a little bit. My other question was, obviously $65,000 is a lot for a UPS. I have since this is the world I come from, I do have questions about like, what is its capacity? What does it serve? What is it keeping alive, right? Are you able to answer those questions for us?
Yeah, so it's 20 kilovolt amperes, so it's supporting a whole bunch. The main thing that we need this supplying is our network, so the servers themselves, so extremely important. They're brand new, so we want to keep them healthy. Of course, our core switches as well, so that every single data port in the city relies on those core switches to be functional. Those were one of the main things that went down from this. So with the particular getting into them, we had to replace pretty much every power supply that were on those switches, as well as our firewalls. So it really is supporting our entire network equipment. Yeah, pretty much whenever one of those pieces fails out, it is noticed immediately. So
perfect. Thank you.
Of course.
If you, I believe that you have a recommended motion for us.
Yeah. So, my recommended motion is that council approve the purchase and installation of a replacement UPS unit for our main City Hall data center. Replacement will cost $65,000 of capital project funds, including installation and removal of the old unit.
As a part of this motion to Mr. Edney, should we have in there that this money is coming from another project that was previously approved? No? Okay, thank you. With that, can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Deputy Mayor Narayan?
So move that council approve the purchase and installation of a replacement UPS unit for our main City Hall data center. Replacement will cost $65,000 of capital project funds, including installation and removal of the old unit.
Great, thank you. Comments, questions?
Just one.
Councillor Worzanowski?
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Just one quick question. As we move forward to install this, will you be planning to bring forward, I guess, when will you be planning to get the new fire suppression system brought to council as well?
Around budget time, so it'll be added as a capital budget item. If it's a really low purchase and I can fit it in a budget this year and get it done, I might be able to just get it done. Just it's going to depend on the price, right? So if it's well below the approval limit, I'll probably just move forward with putting it in this year. It's just going to depend how much it costs.
Okay, thank you.
Deputy Mayor Narayan?
Thank you, through your worship. Just a quick question, and I don't know about these devices. Is this something that can be refurbished or resold?
Yes, so I am going to be looking at reselling this device. Schneider Electric is very particular about their devices on the third party, like for resale, third party market. And so I'm sort of in discussions with them right now on what we can do to because we did replace a bunch of the internals on that thing. So some of it is good and able to be resold. So I'm working with them right now on that. I'm not going to let it go away for free. So 100%.
And with that, I'll call for the vote. Great, thank you, and that's carried. Moving forward, so we had suggested that we were going to be moving our closed session before 8.4, and I'm just aware of the time that we have lunch coming at 12:30. So I'm wondering if it would be prudent for everybody's time if we were to do items 8.5, 8.6, and then move into closed session and have our fire services capital plan after lunch, just to be respectful of everybody's time, just so that we're aware, because I'm assuming that our fire services is going to take some time and some discussion. And so with that, I don't want to start it and then stop it, and just be aware of that. So with council's indulgence, that would be my recommendation. I anticipate probably about 30 minutes or so for our closed session. So with that, then I would like to move to item 8.5. So what we'll do is do item 8.5, 8.6, and then we'll move into our closed session, and we'll have our fire services capital plan after lunch. So with that, we'll move to item 8.5, the committee report template, presented by Vanessa Vandermeer, our interim manager of legislative services.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. I'm here today on behalf of administration for a recommendation of council accept the council committee report template. So a little background on this. The item was discussed to implement a standardization of council committee report templates for all council to submit written reports regularly. While you do a verbal reporting, some of our residents, as well as outside resident interests, aren't always available to watch the YouTube videos. So by doing this, you guys are being more transparent, accountable, and it's easier for record keeping to work for the work that carried out by council members in their committees. So Basically, I'm asking today for council to consider the new template idea, and if not this one, I can bring back others, but so that you're a little bit more accountable to your residents and the people that voted for you.
Great, thank you. So we have the template in front of us. I have a couple suggestions of some things that I would like to see added, but before providing mine, I would like to open to council. Is there anything that you would like to see, information that you would like to see added to this template? Again, this is the template that we as council will be using for our gap meetings. So when you go to a committee, so the expectation will be that, so we all know that we have an expectation to hold at least one committee meeting before our November 12th gap meeting. So then what we would see is reports coming back from the majority of our committees, not all of our committees, because some meet on an as needed basis and or our regional committees that meet a little bit differently. But basically what we would be doing is coming back, most likely all of us would be submitting a written summary for us to discuss at the November 12th gap meeting, and this is the template that is being suggested. And so opening to council, is there anything that you would like to see added to this template? Okay, I have two things. One, on here we have the date, so we're saying the date of the council meeting this report was presented at. I would like to see when the meeting was held. So the date of the committee meeting, I think, should be a part of the template. I would also see as part of the template, because these are public committees, who was in attendance at that committee meeting. So we already know, so I think it would be good for us to have who was in attendance at those committee meetings. Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. You gave me another idea, and that is many of us here up on council, there's more than one councillor on the committee. May I suggest, just to remove redundancy, that one of those single, double, or triple councillors that are maybe on a task force or committee are assigned to give the update instead of all three.
Sorry, to be clear on that, if you're chairing the committee, the expectation would be that it would be you. If you are not the chair of the committee and there are multiple people that are on that committee, I just hope that you can work that out amongst yourselves, right? So, Councillor Grant would do for the Mayor's Task Force for Recreation, because he's the chair of that committee. He would do that one, for example, right? Myself, I'd be coming back as chair, but then as an example for our library board meetings, because both Councillor Schindler and Councillor Randall serve on those, they could flip a coin as to who is going to write this, or write it in conjunction, right? And then bring it back is how I see this playing out. Great, thank you. Then with that, Councillor Randall.
Thank you. Do we really need to put the member's name on it? Maybe from some people, maybe don't. For our, it's okay, but the board members might be minded not to put their name.
They're public now.
Yeah.
They're already public because we voted them, right?
Yeah.
It is public information who sits on our committees.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Awesome. So with that, I believe you have a recommended motion.
I do, thank you. It's council accept the council committee report template as presented, but we would change that to as amended.
As amended. And with those amendments then being when was the meeting held and who was in attendance.
Mm-hmm. That's correct.
Councillor Warzanowski.
Just before we make this motion official, just a question through the chair and administration to you, Ms. Vandermeer. Please send us a copy of this in Word, please.
Yes.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council accept the council committee report template with the following amendment. Add a section for when the meeting was held and add a section for attendance.
Great, thank you. Comments, questions? Call for the vote. Great, thank you, and that's carried. Moving to item 8.6, our Deloitte recommendations report. This is being presented by Kent Edney, our CAO.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair to council. I have a report today just to update on the Deloitte report recommendations and the status of those, and addressing some requests under Ministerial Order number MSD 033-24. So back on May 10th, 2024, the city received Ministerial Order MSD 03324 from the Minister of Municipal Affairs. The order includes two directives in that related to the Deloitte financial inspection of the city. The first one was essentially that the directive stated that council and the chief administrative officer remove all the recommendations or review all the recommendations made and discuss in open council session what the plan is to address each, or if there is no plan, why there is no plan. This has been discussed a number of times. The key was after quorum, an election of the new council, and passed by resolution. So along the way, we didn't get a resolution, just identifying that we've addressed, that council has seen the Deloitte report and the recommendations and understands administration's plan to address those. The second directive in that ministerial order was simply to make copies of the inspection report publicly available. So that's on our website. Printed copies are in the foyer of City Hall for the public to view as they want. So again, that needs to be on our website until we've satisfied all of the conditions of that. One of the keys in the ministerial order, which is a little bit different than the CUF report, is there's no actual deadline for us to implement the Deloitte inspection recommendations. There's simply this deadline to discuss it in open council. And I apologize, along the way, somewhere this got missed. Our deadline was actually October 15th to have done this. I have spoken with Municipal Affairs. They're aware we're doing it today, and I don't expect any repercussions for doing that. I will apologize as well. Somewhere along the way, a draft copy of the actual report that I will be sending this afternoon to Municipal Affairs got into the agenda, and the first recommendation that was in the original report was actually a directive from the CUF report. So it's being updated just to reflect the actual two directives in my RFD here. The Deloitte recommendation, yes, so that's the correct one that's in front of you up there of the report that I'll be sending. If you look in the back, the Deloitte spreadsheet with the recommendations is in the back. At this point in time, I think it's worthwhile if you'd like to look through and ask any questions. I will preface that with, in all honesty, we haven't looked at this in roughly 2 months since I came into the spot as CAO, with transitions in a couple of departments and the fact that there was no real deadline on this. We're focusing on budget, focusing on policies and procedures, and focusing on getting things up. So this spreadsheet actually hasn't been updated. There's a few things in there. If you catch them, say will be discussed September 10th, should probably now say have been discussed September 10th. So Mike and I chatted about this morning, that we'll go through and get a better report and bring back an updated of the spreadsheet to a future meeting.
Mr. Fluker.
If I can add to that, through the chair to the mayor and council. In fact, this has been looked at several times by myself and other people over the last 2 months. A number of the items there simply couldn't be properly addressed because of waiting the arrival of a new manager of HR. And now that that person is in place, we can properly update this. So it's not that nothing has been done. A number of these pieces are underway, being addressed, and the next update on this, I think, will bring this to a very complete or almost complete conclusion. None of the items here are unaddressable. It's just a matter of putting the right people behind it to get the proper policies and so forth in place. So that'll happen fairly quickly now that we've got all those people in place and we're getting through some of the other more pressing issues.
So with that, I wonder a couple of things. Number one, so I understand that we're meeting a deadline to have a report submitted that came after October 15th, which provided the urgency to have this on our council meeting right now. We have demonstrated that when we are looking to have the more robust discussion that is not around an RFD, that we've been doing that at a GAP meeting. We've also demonstrated that if something is not necessarily ready for discussion, if you will, that we kick that back to GAP and have it come back. And so listening to two comments from both you gentlemen there, and knowing that as I went through this to prepare for today, I have pen marks and highlights and like on every single page, but it sounds like administration wouldn't mind the opportunity to take a rerun at this, if you will, to update some things, because a lot of my pen marks and highlights and everything that I've got, again, on every page, maybe things that you've already got and just have not had a chance. So would the recommendation be then from administration that we approve the motion as presented, because there's not a material risk to the city right now on not having the Deloitte conversation, but then direct administration to bring this back for the November 12th GAP meeting? And then that would give administration the opportunity to maybe catch some of those things that are already there. I am more than happy to provide the circles and notes that I have to administration, just to, here you go, and then bring it back for that GAP meeting at the November 12th for that more robust discussion. Would that fit within both municipal affairs directives and what administration would like to do?
Yes, through the chair, that's exactly the intent of the motion today in my discussion with municipal affairs, is for council to formally acknowledge that there are these directives and that we are working on them. So your approach will work.
Okay.
Will work fine.
So then let's do the motion that you've recommended, and we'll have the additional motion that as I'm suggesting. Okay, thank you. Councillor, are we good with that? Is that everybody? Okay. With that then, can I have a councillor make the following recommended motion, please? Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Dean. I motion that council approve the report detailing the actions taken to address the items from the Deloitte inspection report and direct the CAO to send the report to municipal affairs.
The second motion would be to direct administration to bring the Deloitte recommendations, an updated Deloitte recommendations report to the November 12th Governance and Priorities meeting. Administration, not administrivia. There we go. To bring in updated Deloitte recommendations report after recommendations, Deloitte recommendations report. Mr. Edney, does that fit? Council, are we happy with the wording of this motion? Can I have a councillor make the following? Deputy Mayor Narayan.
Thank you. Move that council direct administration to bring an updated Deloitte recommendations report to the November 12th, 2024 Governance and Priorities meeting.
Thank you. A comment that I have would be, a question to administration. Would administration, if councillors, similar to what I have done, have anything that they've already written or circled or highlighted, would just like us to provide that to you as a go forward, just some things that we've caught already? Would that work? Okay, so just council to comment to council then. If you've done that, please feel free to give that to administration. Any other comments, questions with regards to the motion? And call for the vote. Great, thank you, and that's carried. With that, we've come to our closed session, so can I have a councillor make a motion to move into closed session as per what's on the screen? Councillor Worzanowski.
Motion that council move into closed session at 11:54 to discuss the following. FOIP Part 1, Division 2, Section 24-1, Advice from Officials, Fire Department Report. And subsequently, same FOIP, Advice from Officials, Municipal Affairs.
Great, thank you. Call for the vote. Thank you, and we are in close. So, yeah, so the plan will be, we're going to be in close. We're going to come out after close, go into recess, break for lunch. So I would anticipate 1:15. Thank you. I'd like to have a councillor make a motion to come out of closed session. Councillor Randawa.
I move that the excuse me. I move that the council come out of closed session at 1:15 p.m.
Great. Call for the vote. Great, thank you. With that, we will go into recess and come back for the afternoon portion of our meeting at 1:30. Thanks, everyone. Good afternoon, everybody. We're coming back out of our closed session now for our final item here on our agenda for today's meeting, which is item 8.4, the Fire Services 2024 Capital Plan, and being presented by Mike Fluker, our Director of Community Operations.
Good afternoon, the Chair to the Mayor and Council. My name is Mike Fluker, Director of Community Operations, and this is my opportunity to present to you requests for decision on a number of issues. I believe we should start with item number 7 on my list that we had previously used as the format when we were delivering this information in GAP. So that is it's the replacement aerial apparatus, which we call the tiller truck. This will be a request that Council authorize the Fire Services Department to continue with the 2024 capital project for replacement aerial apparatus in the amount of, it will total $2,793,000, of which 293, wait, got that wrong, let me back that up. The aerial apparatus in the amount of $2,793,511 is the total cost, of which we are asking for $293,511 as a deposit in 2024, with the remainder to be spent at the delivery of this vehicle sometime in 2029. So this truck is identified as number A117 tiller truck. This unit will replace our current aerial unit A116, which has reached its end of life. After it's approximately 15 years old, the A117 tiller truck was chosen because of its maneuverability. It can get into tight spaces in our newer developments with the wooden 5-story dwellings. This unit is also highly effective in tight turns, at dead ends, and in cul-de-sacs. This order is a minimum of a 48-month delivery, so the earliest we would see the unit is 2028. The deposit to get this underway, again, is $293,511. The balance of approximately $2.5 million is projected for the late 2028 or 2029 budget. The delivery of this unit would still leave us with only one aerial unit. Comments or questions?
Great, thank you. Sorry, we're just, oh, here it is, okay. Thank you, Council. Any questions with regards to this equipment? Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I'll start. I have 2 questions. You're saying, and through the chair to you, Mr. Fluker, this will leave us only with one aerial. We have one aerial, and this will replace the aerial. Is that correct? So we'll still just have one after this one, after we receive the delivery of this unit?
That is correct. We would actually have 2 units. We would have to determine the disposition of the current aerial unit, whether it remains in service, is used as a backup. There would be different options, which our acting chief could speak to.
Thank you. And my next question is, I'm reading the report on this tiller, on this aerial, and as I understand it, the primary reason why we're selecting is its maneuverability. Because in the little that I know about fire vehicles, I do understand that there are other vehicles that do similar services that are either more money, less money, maybe take higher payload, maybe have other features that this tiller truck does not have? Is its main feature to give us the maneuverability we need to service our residents in some of these tight spots? Is that the main selection criteria?
So, to the best of my knowledge, and I've come into this late in the game, but I've certainly had enough opportunity to spend with the acting chief and some of his staff to discuss this. There's a number of options that are available for the truck as a replacement for the current aerial unit. So it should be another aerial unit. The deliberations that went into deciding what this truck should be are considerable. And again, I would, for the specific details, I would ask Acting Chief to speak to the matter. But everything that needed to be considered, to the best of my knowledge, was brought to this decision. And ultimately, this was determined to be the best replacement option for the current aerial truck, which is end of life.
Okay, thank you. And through the chair, the administration, yeah, we'd love to hear from the interim chief. That would be great. Thank you.
Yes, by all means.
Through the chair to council. So yes, the director's completely correct. There's multiple different ways that we could have done this and the ways that we could have replaced it. When we got the current aerial truck that's currently in service, we had the exact same questions from council because we were the first ones to ever buy one. And now I can take you within 90 minutes of Chestermere and I can show you multiple of those trucks. Ourselves and Cochrane were the first one to ever get it. Our truck was actually sent to Germany to get done and sent back. So we've had some outside of the box thinking from the very beginning. And we did it with that aerial, and it's proven to be an amazing piece of equipment for the way we were building previous. Now that we've changed the way that Chestermere has grown in the last 15 years, so this truck is 15 years old. By the time the new truck arrives, it'll be at its 20, and we don't get the insurance ratings and things for that truck anymore. Like, yeah, you can have it, but you don't get any extra ratings for it. And we already know that we're starting to have issues with electrical and things like that. We spent over $100,000 on it just in repairs and maintenance in the last year. So yeah, we looked at all the different types of apparatus, what is going to work best for our community, and how it's going to effectively help the citizens of Chestermere. We believe that this will work for all of our different communities, old and new. And that's why we went down this road to come up with that. We did look at trucks that have 3-axle steering. We looked at if we could go with 2 different type of quints. We looked at mid-mounts. For example, a mid-mount was never something that we saw in Canada, really. And now, right now, there's one in High River, and I know other departments that are getting them to get into lower areas. So things have changed, and it's no different, I believe, from the first aerial that we're replacing here by it being the first one in this area. We've thought along the same lines of what's the best dollar value, the best bang for our buck, and the best way to help our citizens.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, through your worship. And I guess to the chief or Mr. Floger, I mean, this is definitely a costly purchase, an important one though. In terms of durability, how long do these things, last? As long as, of course, you were maintaining it well and everything. And the reason why I'm asking this is, if we were to go ahead and purchase this, then I guess it helps administration to then budget as well for whenever we're going to need it, another one, I guess, down the road.
Yes, through the CAO, through the mayor to deputy mayor. That is a huge thing, and that's why we need to do this so far out. So they approximately, for all of our ratings and all of the pieces that we need to fall under, an aerial truck is a 20-year truck. The issue that we have is that after COVID and how long it takes us to acquire this piece of apparatus is so many months that it's not even going to be here till 2029, late 2028, early 2029. We can think of all that budgeting that we need to do farther out, and we can get all the training and everything done before the other one is past its life. So all of these things have been taken into consideration, thinking about our future forecasts all the way to 2031.
Councillor Schindler.
So I just had a thought about like the lead time, 2029 is our through the chair to through our CAO to you fine folks. Is there a way to get this faster or get something faster that we can replace our aging tiller truck sooner for our residents? I know we're growing hand over fist, and we're not getting our streets aren't getting any bigger, and we're going to have to work with what we have. So is there something that we can get faster, quicker, cheaper, whatever?
Through the CEO, through the chair to Councillor Schindler, there's that old saying of you can have it quick, you can have it cheap, or you can have it right, but you can only pick a couple of those. There's only a certain amount of people or manufacturers that make a different aerial apparatus. And to get one that's made out of a good quality, and that's what I expect, not just for the citizens, but I expect that for our firefighters. Don't get me wrong, it's not anything more than what they need, but it takes a certain amount of time to get them from the correct manufacturers. Now, there's some other things that has happened of where you can get them. We can't get them in Canada. There's no Canada manufacturer for them. But our engines, for example, we made sure that the way that it was written and everything, that we had Canadian bidders on those, so we are getting those quicker. And it's fleet that's doing a really fantastic job of keeping our equipment in good shape. So there's no way to get it any quicker than that current way.
Councillor Sandboe.
Thank you, Your Worship. And a question through you to administration. I think we have established that the offsite levies wouldn't cover an expense like this. But I'm wondering if we could hear some comment on where exactly these funds are coming from. Is this cash that we have? Is this debt? It looks like we have until 2029 to pull it together. Do we already have that? Just some commentary, please.
Thank you. Through the chair to council. I'd have to 100% confirm with Director of Corporate Services, but the money for this is coming from our MSI and LGFF grants that we're allocated every year for capital projects. So this is not coming out of the offsite levy, and that's how all of our capital projects in the 2024 budget have been funded. So we already have the money. So when we approve 2.9 million today, 2.9 million will be allocated. In fact, it's already allocated as part of the original budget process back last fall.
Councillor Sandboe.
Thank you, Your Worship. Put you on the spot, Mr. Edney. Do you know how much is in that bucket, that MSI, et cetera, grants bucket at the moment? Or contextually, what I'm looking for is if we were to approve close to $3 million, does that empty that bucket, which also goes to other projects? Or is this a lower risk in context?
So through the chair, I believe you'll have to correct me. I might have to get back to you on the exact number, but there's somewhere between 15 and 20 million in that bucket. This was already planned in the budget this year, and that bucket's been dispersed to all of the projects that we know in front of us, and there's still money left over. So we're not at risk of doing this and then having to cancel something else, if that was the question.
Councillor Sandboe.
Thank you. Yes, it is. And what I wanted to confirm based on other things we've heard, it sounds like there is money for this. It also sounds like if we were to get into a tricky situation with cash, I believe we have debt capacity, which is not ideal. So I'm looking for that context to see whether this hurts us. It sounds like the funds are there, which is useful information for council's decision.
Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Through the chair to the chief and Mr. Mike Fluker. I don't really have many questions about why you selected that. It's a large expenditure, obviously. I'm happy to hear that you guys did your due diligence on it. I would like to commend you for your out-of-box thinking. I often find that doing what your neighbor did or doing what's always been done can be dangerous. So I like that we're thinking about where we're going, where our community is headed, and what their needs are in the future. So I want to thank you for that.
Okay, so with that, I believe then we'd be looking at moving towards the motion. Is that correct? Okay. Can I have the motion on the screen, please? Great, thank you. Can I, Deputy Mayor Narayan?
Thank you. Move that council authorizes the Fire Services Department to continue with the 2024 capital project for replacement aerial apparatus in the amount of $2,793,511, for which $293,511 is a deposit in 2024, and the remainder is at delivery in 2029.
Comments, questions? Councillor Sandboe?
Thank you, Your Worship. My comment is that Chestermere is in a really tough spot right now. We have a lot of backfilling to do. I am very uncomfortable with how much everything is going to cost us. When we're coming through with our budgeting, this makes me a little uncomfortable, but we have a lot of things that we're behind on. Looking at all the information available to us, I think that this is a reasonable expense. I think that this was well thought out, and ultimately I think it will save lives. And I am grateful to the fire department for indulging us with all of the information that's been shared.
Great, thank you. Councillor Orzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I have a simple question through the chair to you, Mr. Edney. This $293,511, as I understand, this is a continuation of a project that was previously approved. Are there any costs going to be incurred by the city for delaying the final approval if this goes forward according to this motion?
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair to council, I don't believe so. In my discussions with the supplier, they've been aware of the challenges we've been facing as administration of moving this project forward. I think the supplier just wants to have an answer from us of whether we're moving forward or not. And if we're moving forward, I think they're going to be happy with that answer.
Thank you.
Councillor Schindler.
Through the chair to our illustrious CAO, the remaining balance, are we going to be putting it away so that future councils don't have to pull it out of their budget, or can we do that at all?
So through the chair to Councillor Schindler, I may speak out of turn of what finance's plan is, but yes, the proper procedure would be to set this money aside now and have it locked for when this delivers, so that you're essentially approving the full 2.793 million today. But from a cash flow perspective, it won't happen till later, but that money needs to be, I guess, locked, set aside for expenditure in 2029.
Okay, thanks.
With that, call for the vote. Great, and that's carried. Thank you. The second one.
Over there. Can you see behind the mustache? It's pretty hard. It's there.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Next item, self-contained breathing apparatus replacement. This is a request that Council authorize the Fire Services Department to continue with the 2024 capital project for self-contained breathing apparatus replacement in the amount of $488,000. Background is these were ordered to replace the current equipment, which is now 10 years old and has reached end of life. This is critical equipment required to any home entry where fire is involved. Implications to the budget, $488,000. Risk is loss of life and safety of Chestermere Fire Services personnel and significant liability for the city if not providing adequate safety equipment for personnel operating in immediately dangerous to life and health environments. It's a number of related policies and bylaws. I won't read through them all, but primarily we're guided by the National Fire Protection Association that dictates the standard for this equipment and the replacement. Any questions or comments?
Great, thank you. Comments or questions from Council? Councillor Wozanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean, and through the chair, administration, and to you, Mr. Fluker. Just want to add some commentary to what Councillor Sandboe said earlier. It seems as though there's a lot of asks here in regards to funding for the fire department, and this $488,000 for the SCBAs. Is this again because they're all now 10 years of life? My question is, can we better budget this in the future such that we're not replacing them everything at once instead of, can we do some every 2 years, some every 2 years, some every 2 years, so we don't have this huge ask every 10 years on, $500,000 on SCBA sounds like a lot of money for our residents.
Councillor Wozanowski, excellent observation, and it's something that we do discuss. And while we're playing catch up with this equipment that's before you today, going forward, we would make every effort to do the responsible thing and to do this in such a manner that we don't have a large ticket item. As we grow, we're going to need to add equipment, and I think that very fact will allow us to do this in increments rather than all at once.
Thank you.
This item, as well as outlined in the RFT, was approved already, was already budgeted. With that being said, with it already budgeted, with it already in the budget, we had already demonstrated that it was going to be a balanced budget for 2024 at minimum, with seeing revenues at the end of 2024. So I just wanted to confirm through our CAO that it is not like we are adding roughly $500,000 to the budget. This is something that was already approved in the budgeting process when the budget was done, following all the proper procedures and demonstrating that the municipality was going to have a balanced budget coming out on the other side. Correct?
Yes, through the chair to the mayor and the rest of council. That's correct. My predecessor, Mr. Vincent, I think mentioned it a number of times. Right now, in the city of Chestermere, all of our capital projects do not come directly from taxpayer dollars. At the end of the day, all the money we spend is ultimately a taxpayer dollar, but all of our capital budget comes from our MSI or LGFF or CCBF grant funding. All of the items in front of you today were already allocated in the original approval of the budget. It was just when the official administrator put all these projects on hold, asking us to come back at this point. That the reason we haven't spent the money on them. So just to clarify, for all of these projects, the money is already there aside in the budget, and there's no impact to the operating budget or to any of our tax revenue.
Great, thank you. With that, I'd call for the motion, please. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Schindler.
I move that council authorize the Fire Services Department to continue with the 2024 capital project for self-contained breathing apparatus (SCBA) replacement in the amount of $488,000.
Comments, questions? Councillor Grant?
Thank you, Mayor. Through the chair to the presenter, I would just like to make a comment that, in my opinion, providing the equipment to our first line responders is extremely important, and it's something that we should all make sure that we are putting the proper thought into ensuring they have the equipment to do their job for the community. So to me, this is an easy one. I just want to say thanks for that.
Great, thank you. With that, we'll call for the vote. Great, and that's carried. Oh.
Through the chair to council, if I may, just for the next report in your agenda package, there should have been a handout with an updated report. Just had a couple of wording changes we missed when putting the reports on the agenda.
Thank you. Yeah, that folder was handed to us by Ledge Services this morning about 15 hours ago. Mr. Fluker.
Mr. Mayor and Council, next item up is the replacement unit for what we call an ERU, Emergency Response Unit. This will be a request that Council authorize the Fire Services Department to continue with the 2024 capital budget project for replacement unit ERU in the amount of $140,000. The emergency response unit, this is to replace the current ERU, which is 18 years old. This unit is used for various fire services tasks, including transportation of personnel to and from prolonged calls, transporting emergency equipment such as hazmat equipment to calls, and removing contaminated equipment from calls to return it back to the hall. It is also used for training courses, emergency management, and towing. The emergency management trailer is a key piece of response equipment. The cost is $140,000, and it is budgeted for 2024. So this is a 2500 HD heavy-duty pickup truck. The truck actually cost about $80,000, give or take a few dollars. And the remaining $60,000 is for the equipment that we are required to put on the truck. Any comments or questions?
Mr. Edney.
Through the chair to council, I have a comment that I just thought was interesting with this particular piece of equipment, as we've had a number of discussions around how we do our procurement and how the procurement process goes. So this truck, for example, Fire Services asked for a GMC heavy duty truck. I'm a GMC guy too, so I get it. But in all of our procurement, in everything, including the past tiller truck, there's always the or something similar option. So interestingly, while they asked for a GMC, it's a Ford 2500 that is what was successful in the procurement. So not directly related to your decision on this, I just thought this was a good opportunity to remind of, we always give an option of or something that functions similarly.
Great, thank you. Councillor Schindler.
I just want to say that the GMC has a lot less comfortable seats than the Ford. So the Ford is, in my opinion. That said, I'm looking at this request for a decision, and I see that we have an expenditure for rims and winter tires, and I would like to just ask, why are we buying winter rims and tires when we can just get like really rugged, Kevlar tires that you just leave on year round, and that do the same thing?
Through the CEO, through the mayor to councillor, there's multiple different ways of looking at it, and it's about a best practice. So for an example of, we have other emergency response vehicles that once we come to that time of the year, that we put on winter spike tires because they drive at we drive completely differently than everyone else. And for the cost of it, the fleet, just for the amount of time that it takes them to mount and unmount tires and everything, they would prefer to do it that way. So we go off of what fleet would recommend and off of our best practice. The other trucks that are, I would say, utility type vehicles, every one of our utility type vehicles has that previous. So being our best practice, we continue it, because I'd be concerned of what would happen if we were to get into an accident or something. And the first question would be, why don't you have the same tires on it that the other ones do? So that's
Right.
That's why we've gone down that line.
Right. I also just noticed an error in this. The rear-mounted incident command center is not $50,000 that I'm aware of. But that said, just a little bit of an error. But okay, that answers my question. Thank you.
Any other, Councillor Warsnowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. And through the chair, one of the comments that Mr. Edney had made, and again through the chair to Mr. Edney, I know that operations and the city of Chestermere has a lot of vehicles, and while we want to have an open procurement process, there are advantages for having some consistency. Do we have during the procurement process, did we use our fleet buying power that we have through our other vehicles when looking at this vehicle for the fire services, for our fire department?
Through the chair to Councillor Warzanowski, yes. Yeah, we did. We have the fleet department involved in all of these procurements.
So Fords are common in our fleet then, is what you're saying?
Fords are very common in our fleet.
Excellent, thank you.
And I do believe we put winter tires on most of our widely used vehicles.
Councillor Sandboe.
Thank you, Your Worship. My question's through you to administration and the presenters. When you're talking about contaminated materials, currently, I believe I heard that somebody, perhaps you, are using a personal vehicle. So is that correct? It's a personal vehicle? And if so, what are you doing with contaminated materials in the personal vehicle right now? This is different?
Yes, sorry, through the chair, through the mayor to councillor. This is a different vehicle than that, but we do have that issue as well. Yeah, when we get to that other one. I believe that'll be the next RFD.
Okay, thank you. Trying to keep all of these RFDs straight in my head. The other question I had related to this, so this is to replace, it says this is a replacement. So there's multiple parts to this. There's radios, there's the command center, tires, all that kind of stuff. So all of those items on the existing vehicle are at end of life?
Through the CAO, through the mayor to councillor, some things are of life, and I would say most of them are. Like the medical bags, those type of things will come off and be moved over. But all the lights and those type of things, they're 18 years old, emergency warning lights. There's not even a proper radio in that vehicle because we've changed radio systems since all of that time. So unfortunately, no, this vehicle's pretty much done.
Is it fair to say that where technology has evolved, we replace it with the newer technology, and where technology is still similar, you transfer?
Yes.
But while the vehicle may not have a radio, the personnel would be carrying personal radios, though, correct?
Through the CAO to the mayor? Yes.
So
most of the time, not all the time, because we don't all have personal radios. Radios are, there's so many for the service, and if they're already gone off the shelf, for example, the next person in, this would be a big backfill type thing, emergency management type of situations. mutual aids type of situations that we would use it. So the plan was to outfit it correctly for all of those issues moving forward, unlike our current one.
Any further questions from council on this one? Okay, with that, I believe we have a motion. Oh, sorry, can I have a councillor read the following motion? Sorry, I was looking at the wrong screen. My bad. Can I have a councillor read the following motion, please, Councillor Rundawa?
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council authorize the Fire Service Department to continue with the 2024 capital project for replacing unit ERU in the amount of $140,000.
Great, thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. Great, thank you, and that's carried. Next one.
Mr. Mayor and Council, the following request for decision will be that a request that Council authorize the Fire Services Department to continue with the 2024 capital project for command SUV for the fire chief in the amount of $140,000. The background on this is as follows. This item was approved in the 2024 budget and then placed on hold pending the installation of new mayor and council. This particular vehicle would be for what we call a fire chief vehicle. This unit would be used by the fire chief to conduct day-to-day business and to attend fire scenes. Without this vehicle, the fire chief would have to use his own personal vehicle, which is not operationally feasible. The cost again for this vehicle is $140,000 and broken down as follows: approximately $80,000 for the vehicle, with the remaining $60,000 to cover the appropriate equipment that goes into the vehicle, such as emergency lights, safety features, portable radios, rear-mounted incident command center, and of course a second set of rims and winter tires. So the risk to not providing this funding is that the fire chief would have to use a personal vehicle. The previous fire chief did use his personal vehicle, and this does not have a response-ready vehicle to assist on fire and or emergency management incidents. This could potentially have a negative impact on the recruitment process for the next fire chief. By not doing this, I believe we don't provide a very professional image as to how we run our fire department. Comments or questions?
Comments, questions from council? Councillor Sandboe.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll ask my question for this one. I'm wondering how contaminated items are being dealt with currently in a personal vehicle.
Through the chair to Councillor Sandboe. Currently, what we do is I would take my gear, for example, and I would put it in that ERU. And then I would just go back to the hall and I do my decontamination. I've also left my personal vehicle there, got a ride back, and then got a ride back after decontamination has been done. So, you know, we're finding a way, right, to do it. But it is a concern on how to get decontamination out of a personal vehicle. It's definitely a concern of ours, so that's why we'd like to move forward with this.
Mr. Edney?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair to council. Just a couple of comments around this when you're making your decision on what you want to do. I don't think it's a ask any staff member to use their personal vehicle conducting city business. I don't think you could find a fire department anywhere in Alberta, regardless of the size, that would have their fire chief driving around in a personal vehicle, attending scenes. It is still an emergency response and an emergency management position, which is what half of the cost of this particular vehicle is outfitting with lights. You walk around, you see AHS, they have their SUV with lights on going. That's not the guy driving the ambulance. That's the guy going to be there. I think this is a much needed purchase for the fire department. And I do agree, as we're looking to recruit a new fire chief and attract them to our community, I think potentially not doing this expenditure would have a very negative impact on that potential process. So just my two thoughts as the CAO.
Thank you, Councillor Schindler.
I just have, forgive my ignorance on the subject. The fire chief, when they go to sites or go to do their day-to-day business, I guess we don't want to take the emergency response vehicle to do our day-to-day stuff. But we have a lot of vehicles that people can take, and maybe all the firefighters are in the engine. Or I'm trying to understand the dynamics of, could the chief hop into one of the other vehicles or grab an engine and go by themselves? I mean, they can't do that, but is that an option as well? Just to be a functional as well. Sorry.
Through the CAO, through the mayor to councillor, it doesn't make practical. All of those trucks that you're kind of talking about are emergency response trucks that, if at all possible, should stay inside city limits to deal with city emergencies at all times.
Okay.
So, for example, going to an emergency management meeting in Canmore,
you don't want to take away.
You don't want to take away from any of those. I use the public works analogy quite often of, not every day does the fire department need a plow, or the public works doesn't need a plow every day. They don't need a grader every day, but the days that they need those things, they really need those things. So they need to be there for them.
No, that answers my question. Thank you. Again, sorry for the decorum. I'm having trouble talking through the chair today. Thanks.
Councillor Worzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. And again, through you to administration and to our presenters. I looked at both this and the more recent, the just approved ERU. It looks like they double as the same truck. So is the intention to be able to have kind of two available, and one on a daily basis is certainly assigned to the chief on duty, so that you have some versatility. And I also assume it's a Ford.
Through the CAO, through the mayor, to Councillor Worzanowski. The fire chief would be normally the one that would drive and operate this vehicle. It would also be used for, if we had multiple people going out on courses and things, they would take both of these. It wouldn't be just that individuals. We hope to also add another inspector as well, so the ERU vehicle would also be used by another inspector. Quite often, there's no vehicle that's available. So also, if we had one out of service or one was in the shop or anything, you'd be able to do on an incident, same with the other ones. So that was the plan with it moving forward.
But they are the same?
No, one's a pickup, one's an SUV.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I missed that. The spec on the upgrades are the same, but the base vehicle is different. Thank you.
Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Through the chair to the presenter. So my question has to do with the additional equipment. What I'm hearing has a lot to do with the vehicle and basically just having a service vehicle that can handle contaminants and keep contaminants out of personal vehicles. So my question is, is it feasible to not fit out the vehicle this year and maybe purchase the vehicle and then fit it out in future, let's say next year, just to spread out the cost? And again, it's purely for my understanding of what's needed. And that may be a loaded question a little bit. I get that.
So through the chair, I'll take a stab at this. I understand where the question is coming from, and without sounding sort of like a city employee, you're going to have these similar tough discussions coming up in a few weeks related to 2025 budget. And I think it's one of those where the money has been set aside, it's allocated for. We know this is something we'd want to do to the vehicle, required to do to the vehicle. My recommendation would be, could you? I suppose you could. We could ask the fire chief to keep driving their own vehicle, but I don't think it's the best practice. And I think the decision and this money's kind of already been allocated. So it's again back to the earlier question. We're not pulling from a pot where potentially there's a project that's not getting funded right now to do this. So I would recommend to do it all at once and do it right.
Thank you for that. Yeah, I do agree with what you're saying, that it was a budgeted expense, and what's really the point of spending half it now and half it later if that money is already set aside for it. So I appreciate the response. Thank you.
Councillor Randawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Cantor, the presenter. My question is, because today we are actually approving so many vehicles, and why previously is not been approved or not been asked, like today we are approving everything?
No, these were approved. So just to be clear again, these were approved as part of the 2024 budget. They were put on hold by the official administrator. Now they're being brought back to us.
I get that it's been approved and it put on a pause, but fire department we have from few years. Since then, like these vehicle never been ordered since the day one for these.
Sorry, so is your question, why didn't they ask for one of these in 2023 and one in 2024? Is that?
Yeah,
Sorry.
and the previous years and
That's fair.
stuff.
Okay,
It never been asked, or do we have before those vehicle for these SUVs and stuff?
Mr. Edney is waving a hand. Oh, okay. Not everybody at once.
So through the chair to council, I think it's a double-pronged sword. There's two things that's been happening. One is in the past couple of years with sort of the different regime, if you want to call it, a lot of things were pushed down the road and have been kicked kind of down the can's been kicked down the road a number of times. So that's where it's coming to. But also we've seen some significant growth in the fire department as well. So vehicles that may have been the fire chief's vehicle before have been had to use for other purposes at this point. So it's similar to what happens in our roads and fleet department. We start adding more people. Eventually we need another vehicle to catch up. And unfortunately, this is one of these challenges for this council, is a lot of these things that have been kicked down the road are coming kind of all at once onto your plate. So the fire department, I think, has done a good job of trying to space these out, to one of the earlier questions, and you'll see that in our 2025 budget deliberations. But just unfortunately, some of these things have been needed for a while and just keep getting pushed off. So that's kind of that reason for what seems like a lot of stuff coming at once. But we'll have 5 times as much at budget time.
Thank you.
Mr. Fluker?
I think it's worth coming back to Councillor Wisniewski's comments earlier about spacing these things out as we go forward. If we get these items approved today, it gives us a real solid base to get us to where we need to be today. We're almost there, but going forward, I think we can be a lot more fiscally, I don't want to, it's not responsible, but we can space these things out so the impact is somewhat less going forward. It catches us up to a place where we really need to be now.
I wonder too, so On some other topics, we've been talking about communications or understanding, or does public understand? I know that the fire hall held 2 open houses last week, held 2 open houses. I think that that's a great opportunity for the public to have been able to come, find out what the fire department does, and find out why all of the equipment. And so I do think that there are times where there are some why questions. I certainly hear them as mayor, as to the why question, right? And so it's not a criticism question, right? It's certainly not, right? But it is a question comes across the mayor's desk or a councillor's desk as to, well, why do they have so many of X? Or why is there this? Or I see every bay full with X, or whatever the case may be. So I do wonder if there would be a value in more frequent or a frequency to the open houses. I apologize for my even naiveness on this as to how often those even happen, but even a communications piece around as we come out of our budget season here, communications. I know that our fire department has a tremendous presence on social media, and they do a really great job on their social media pages. And so I do wonder if coming out of all of this today, some communications from our fire department, possibly even working with our comms team that talks about some of the whys that are attached to this. As much as we all think we're really special coming to a council meeting, we know that they're not always watched by our residents, right? And they hear things or something comes out or things like that. I would say that there's often more engagement as to what happens at council via social media and or other grounds. So just a comment as I've been thinking about what we're approving today, possibly an encouragement, maybe in partnership with our comms team for the department to come up with some whys that are attached to the approval of these items today.
Thank you for that, Mr. Mayor. We've had some of those conversations already, and certainly we will have more of them about the education piece and the accessibility to the public, so they can understand more about not only what the department does, but why they do it and the way they do it. And I'd also like to invite each and every one of you, if you can make the time, it's a simple phone call to me and or the acting chief, go down and have a look personally. And sometimes seeing that equipment up close, having an explanation of what it does, why it works, why it doesn't work, why we're replacing this, why we're replacing that, will have a significant impact. And the other thing that it certainly brought home for me when I started spending some time over there was the professionalism that every one of these firemen and women and the support staff bring to that department. I think we're exceptionally fortunate to have the people that we have in place.
I would echo all of those comments, absolutely. With that, then, I'd like to call for the motion. Can I have a councillor read the following motion, please? Councillor Grant.
I move that council authorize the fire service department to continue with the 2024 capital project for the command SUV for fire chief in the amounts of $140.
Comments, questions?
Sorry, $140,000. Good deal. Smoking deal.
Call for the vote. Great, and that's carried. And then our next one would be the feed study.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Members of council, this will be a request that council authorize the administration to continue completion of the front-end engineering design study that are known as the feed study for the second fire hall. The feed study would be in the amount of $250,000. By way of background, this item was approved in the 2024 budget and then placed on hold by the official administrator, Mr. Lagore, pending the installation of the new mayor and council. So we're now at that place, station 117 feed study. was already in progress, and this will be critical in assisting the city to determine the need, the location, the equipment, the staffing levels, and everything related to a new hall. Proper feed study will assist in determining the most efficient use of city funds to meet this need. It's budgeted at a cost of $250,000. Questions or comments, please?
Comments, questions from council? Deputy Mayor Narayan.
Thank you, through your worship, to Mr. Fluker. It's absolute no doubt in my mind that we need this study. And I'm also happy to see that the work is in progress. So the amount being requested is to complete the study itself. Do we know approximately when, if this is approved, we should be getting back the report?
It's a great question.
So through the chair, I'm going to take a stab at it here. When we were working on this in May, the hope was to have this around October, November of this time. So let's just assume 5 to 6 months from now, we should have that report back, because we've been about 5-6 months delayed so far. But it's a little bit more, it's already been awarded and the work started. It's a little bit more than just selecting the land. It's also getting us to a point of understanding the size of the fire hall, the number of bays, all that kind of stuff. Essentially a design of a fire hall without the engineering and the civil architecture and construction. It's an architecture firm that's working on it with us. So we'll be quite a ways down the road once this study is completed.
Councillor Wojnarowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. And through yourself to Mr. Edney. This may be a loaded question, a chicken before the egg kind of scenario, but I agree with Deputy Mayor Narayan in regards to having a fire hall, certainly to service our western communities. Is it feasible with land availability and potential cash availability to, once this feed study gives us the answers that we're looking for to build this, unknowing what that looks like, I guess the question is, do we have the means to fulfill the feed study once we have the results to move forward with a new hall?
So through the chair to council, so we do have our fire hall offsite levy. I can't comment about exactly how much is in that right now, but that would be the intent, is that offsite levy is being used towards paying for the second fire hall. That'll be part of this study, really, to get what the scope is. We've heard originally $7-8 million. Now we're hearing $15 million, just to understand what that cost looks like. And something that's important, I think, in this feed study to recognize is we're talking about a second fire hall. It could be anything from what you would call a satellite that hosts one truck and a couple people to our new flagship fire hall, and this fire hall becoming a satellite that hosts one or two vehicles, and maybe the RCMP expands or something like that. So we're looking at a more fulsome evaluation of not just necessarily a specific type of feed hall, but what makes most sense with our budget and with the needs of the community.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, my question has to do with scope of work, and so what I mean by that is, will this look at any sort of possibilities? So, for example, there's an awareness that Calgary could possibly be looking at another fire hall that would be much closer to our borders. So, could we? I'm not suggesting that we contract Calgary Fire Department to service us. That is not what I just said. However, what I am suggesting is there a possibility of a scope of work where it could include where maybe Calgary's building a fire hall and we're there as well? Or could the scope of work also explore an idea that has been punted around a little bit of, we know we are years and years and years and years away, or, well, sorry, let me rephrase. Let me retract what I just said. We know that there's a need for urgent care within Chestermere. And there is a desire for that. However, I believe that it's going to be a step-by-step process to get us there. We know that we have people right now that show up at the fire hall seeking medical assistance at times. So could the scope of work also include the possibility of some sort of a joint use project where I'm not suggesting an urgent care attached to the fire hall, but some sort of enhanced level of first aid care? Could the scope of work include things like that?
You go ahead and through the CAO to Mayor Dean. That is a huge portion of the scope of work. I actually have meetings in November with the City of Calgary to find out what they're going to do and where they are going to place their multi-services and how many years out that is. We're also in conversations with Alberta Health Services about what they would like to do with even our current or the new one, and how much they'd like to be involved and how many ambulances. So all of those definitely are in this this frame of work that we are discussing.
You first.
Okay, so through the chair to council, yeah, perfect answer. I was going to say, I don't think if you look directly at the scope of the project, it isn't including that, but that's our responsibility as administration, similar to what council's doing, or council is doing, repairing our relationships with our neighbors and finding synergies. So the fire chief is working on that. While it will relate to the scope of the feed study, it's not something that we've asked the people actually doing the feed study to go contemplate, because then it could all, end up being open-ended essentially. So we're working on that as administration to try and sort out some of these options, but incorporate them into the feed study.
Sure, and with the backing of council, I'm sure we would be more than happy, as those conversations are going, that if you need us to work on a political level on those things, whether that be with a Minister of Health or Minister of Transportation or anything like that, I am sure we'd be more than happy to pick up the phone, write letters, engage, and see if we can assist with that at the political level as well. With that, then, I believe that we will be calling for the motion. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Randhawa.
I move that the council authorize the administration to continue completion of the front-end engineering design study second fire hall in the amount of $250,000.
Great, thank you. Comments, questions? Call for the vote. Great, and that's carried. And then finally, I think this is the last one. We have the high-rise equipment, confined space equipment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor and Council, this will be a request that Council authorize the Fire Services Department to continue with the 2024 capital project for high-rise/confined space equipment in the amount of $100,000. Background on this is as follows. This item was approved in the 2024 budget and then placed on hold. High-rise/confined space equipment. The city currently has 110 multifamily structures within the city boundaries. This equipment is essential to enhance safety and to mitigate risk when dealing with multi-story/multi-dwelling units. This will replace equipment that has met end of life and will add to our current inventory. So it's adding to equipment we already have. We are requesting approval to spend $100,000 of the previously approved $200,000 budget. This will cover our aged out equipment. We applied for and received a grant of $27,000 for this expenditure, which will further reduce the cost of completing this purchase. So the fire service is requesting the $100,000 of the previously approved budget of $200,000 to replace aged rescue equipment as per Occupational Health and Safety and the National Fire Protection Association standards and best practice recommendations. Unit staffing levels are sufficient. It says until unit staffing levels are sufficient, it is fiscally responsible to delay the purchase of a dedicated rescue apparatus and instead rely on mutual aid during times of specifically a specialty rescue need. In turn, this creates a savings of $400,000 for 2024, and I'll get the acting chief to explain this in better detail. This helps level of service expansion and confined space equipment needs, high-rise/mid-rise standardization and equipment investment to mitigate risk on multi-story/multi-unit structures. The risk to not doing this is the loss of life and property and the safety of Chestermere Fire Services personnel and citizens of Chestermere. Number of related policies and bylaws. I won't bother you with the detail unless you have questions. I'll open it up to Mayor and Council.
Great, thank you. Comments, questions from Council? Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. And through the mayor to administration and to our interim chief. Yeah, I would like to understand how these savings of $400,000 do apply with delaying the purchase of the dedicated rescue apparatus.
Through the CEO and chair to Councillor, we did a bit of a review. We looked at all of our capital forecast, what the plan was. With the delay in the feed study for approximately 6 months, we looked at how things were going to fall down. And we originally had another truck in the capital that was approved, which we have decided, the platoon chief and myself have decided that we aren't really going to be ready for that truck when it arrives. And that's right from personnel to the equipment that we have. We had some equipment that is specialized equipment for shoring and rollover type of things that we had that is aged out. For the amount of times that we've used it, and we're not really using it efficiently, we're not using it correctly, because we don't have the personnel to be able to do it, that we shouldn't replace it yet. So it's not just sitting there aging on the shelf, it's that whole accountability portion on the fire service that we went, this doesn't make sense necessarily for us to have it at this moment for the odd time that we need it currently, and our staffing levels, that we will push that rescue truck over, and we don't have a truck right now then to put it on, because we've taken it off of our current truck. And we wouldn't have a piece of equipment to put it on, so of apparatus to put it on. We believe that is the most responsible thing for us then, is not to replace that without having that truck. So we will hold off. That's why we've reduced, by moving that truck over, and we've reduced it from $200,000 to $100,000.
Okay, thank you. I think that answers my question. So the $100,000 is all you need, and then you'll be looking to allocate the rest of the budget accordingly when the time's right.
Yes, through the CEO, through the mayor. We have moved that in our future capital forecast. For the examples of earlier when the questions are, can we make sure that we don't have all these things all at once? That's exactly what happened, obviously, around 10 years ago. We got a bunch of things at once. Everything's come up to date. It's time to replace them. But we've looked at that and went, how can we make this more fiscally, responsible for the community of how we can move it? So those projects have been moved farther down the line, and we will rely on mutual aid for one specific piece of equipment at this time.
Deputy Mayor Narayan.
Thank you, through your worship. So just a quick question. I'm really happy to see that you guys applied for and received a grant for $27,000. Just on the grants, do you guys, look for grants and make applications yourself, or is it administration here at City Hall that does it for you?
Through the CEO and the mayor to the deputy mayor. Both. Administration here has a fantastic individual that looks for grants on a regular basis and lets us know. Also, members of the public, and even up here, we've had people send things over of, hey, here's a grant. So we work with a grant writer as well, but we look for grants on a regular basis as much as possible.
Okay, that's wonderful. Thank you.
Great. With that, we'll call for the motion, please. And can I have a councillor read the following motion, please? Councillor Schindler.
I move that council authorize the Fire Services Department to continue with the 2024 capital project for high-rise / confined space equipment in the amount of $100,000.
Great. Thank you. Comments, questions? Call for the vote. Great, and that's carried. I believe that's the end. Is that correct?
And that is the end of my presentation, Mr.
Good,
Mayor.
because we have run out of fire budget. I just
And just say personal thanks. And a clear
Awesome, thank you.
demonstration by council of the support for the fire department and what we do, and some very tough decisions I know you had to make. So we really appreciate you for what you do. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much. With that, I do believe then, thank you very much. I do believe that we have come to the end of our council agenda for today. Seeing nothing else, I would like to have a councillor call for the adjournment, please. Councillor Randall, just on it. Wow. So fast as your hand's gone up. That was awesome.
Thank you. I move that the regular meeting of council adjourned at 2:44 p.m.
Great. Thank you. Call for the vote. Great. Thank you.
I think you can just.
It's in our procedural bylaw to do it. Yeah.
I thought you adjourned one time. Just said forget it, we'll adjourn.
Yeah, but then I got